Are we back? We are, and we're on a whole nother stream. Let me do all the little things behind the scene that I'm supposed to do. Here, I'll start up Ethan again while I'm fixing everything.
Get a load of this dumbass. Go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot.
Ethan's claim about dozens of victims being murdered on the spot is completely baseless. An Israeli
Thank you, Christian.
the Hamas militants captured on October 7 has admitted that her department has failed to find any evidence of Hamas committing rape on October 7.
In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if it's happened on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if it's happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it
What's the
happen.
problem, f***ing bitch? Did you not hear what they said? You respect women? Why are you calling them liars? How f***ing cool is that? Say something. You just said you believe victims, but here it's a victim right now, a woman, telling you this happened, and you're smiling? What's funny about that?
And each week there's more
Nothing to
stories
say?
coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hasan needs a kit from a mutilated...
Wait, wasn't this disproven? Was this clip from her disproven? Is he going to play the clip of her?
This clip of her first. How do you disprove firsthand testimony? Let's go ahead and question the narrative. Well, I just don't believe Biden. If it was firsthand accounts, I'd believe them. Go ahead and say that
We are
shit.
believing the women who come forward and talk about their
Awesome.
sexual
So
abuse
righteous.
or experience.
I love the righteous indignation. She would never do that.
I'm not going to believe fucking Biden when he tells me that everybody's getting raped.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's insane.
You
isn't
realize that that's insane,
it's
right?
so crazy. Her first instinct being wasn't that disproven. Imagine that. Imagine someone who says they believe women and support women of violence, and your first fucking thought after being disproven is that this bitch is lying, and actually continue to stream with a straight fucking face and pretend to be progressive.
Agam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg.
Pretty amazing to
Screams
be
Before
immediately
Silence.
disproven. She goes, I wouldn't believe it unless it was firsthand. Here's a 17-year-old whose family was murdered in front of her and she was kidnapped for 50 days and continually while being in captivity. Nothing to say? Nothing? You're not going to fucking acknowledge what just happened? This is a disgusting human being. She's a vile piece of shit.
In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if it's happened on
Go ahead,
October
girl.
7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please.
Hey, it's funny. I go, Hasan, go ahead and call her a liar. Here's a first-hand account. And she's like, hold my beer, or whatever that meme is. Hold my fucking rape kit. God damn it, somebody's got to call her a liar. I'll step up to the challenge. I will accept this task. This bitch is lying.
Go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if it's happened on October 7th.
There are dozens
She's
of
smiling.
testimonies from witnesses.
She thinks it's funny. Imagine hearing that and smiling. Even as pro-Palestine as you can possibly be.
I voted for TYTA/Destiny. What does sweeps for Destiny means? What does it mean? It means that some people think that TYT went easy on Destiny, or sweeps really means like tries to hide their dirt, you know, like sweeps under the rug for you. So that's the accusation. I haven't seen the clip yet, so I'll be reacting. What do they call that, chat? It's a fresh react. You know what I mean? You haven't seen it before. What do they call that? There's a name for that.
Funny about a 17-year-old, an innocent 17-year-old whose family was murdered in front of her.
Fuck. Are we back? Are we back though? Can we be back as a treat? Oh my god. Okay, we're reconnecting.
Or Silence, a movie mostly sourced by testimonials from one victim of sexual assault who we have no reason not to believe, but also
Okay, chat. That looks good.
which is a post-disaster
That looks good.
team with very close ties to the Israeli government.
Knock on wood, everyone. Knock on wood.
40 beheaded babies hoax, which was
Knock on wood. All right. I'm looking at the numbers. The numbers are good. Okay. It's gonna reload.
later debunked.
If you have any problems, reload.
Effective mass systematic hoax.
Reload
Special
if
Representative
stream
Secretary
is
General
weird.
on Violence and conflict for the United Nations claimed there was no evidence.
Tell everybody to reload.
Would you say that you found a pattern of
I think we're good.
that was a strategy of
I hope we're good.
in the October 7 attacks and in regards to the hostages? Patton answers definitively in the negative. According to the UN report, Patton conducted confidential interviews with 34 individuals, including survivors and witnesses of the October 7 attacks, released hostages, first responders, and health and service providers. It visited 4 attack sites, as well as the
Clamjammer asks, seriously, why are we giving this man oxygen still? It's just boring now. We are not giving him oxygen. Clamjammer. I do not control Hasan.
morgue to which the body
That would be Bad Empanada, all right? You should keep up. Bad Empanada controls Hasan, not me.
bodies of victims were transferred and reviewed over 5,000 photographic images and some 50 hours of footage of the attacks. However, in the conclusion of the report, Patton writes that in the medical legal assessment of available photos and videos, no tangible indications of could be identified. Now, I need to reiterate, it is very likely that did occur, and even in the UN report, it was claimed that several corpses were found in questionable positions that could indicate sexual violence occurred. However, according to the special representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict for the United Nations, there was no visible pattern of sexual violence used by Hamas as a strategy of war. Probably occurred, but there is no tangible evidence, and there is no
Anyway, chat, thank you for sticking with me.
pattern of sexual violence used by Hamas as a strategy of war. This movie, Screams Before Silence, was also produced by Sheryl Sandberg, an American technology executive who formerly worked as the COO.
Yeah, we kind of like, so when I reacted to this, this exchange between Denims and Ethan, most of the stuff I pulled, but it's nice to see like, somebody that's doing a video essay able to pull like absolutely everything on this documentary.
Of Meta from 2008 to 2022. Meta has its hands all over the United States government, mostly in selling information,
Oh, Sarah, that's really sweet of you. You would wait even if I had to restart my computer. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. It looks okay now. It looks like we're good now.
technology and offering special tools
But you're right. When in doubt, restart the computer. It's good advice.
for feds. So there's obviously a greater incentive to make such a film. And with a lot of money, you can get very young
Narwhal _ super chatted $5. To the moon, stream element.
To the moon stream elements. Is that like a honeymooners reference? Either way, thank you for the super chat. Let me get chat back on screen where it should be, while Luigi's sitting where he should be. I think we're okay. Just need to... All right. Does it work? It works. It works. It works.
women to make false claims about in order to justify a genocide. This is a very basic part of history. Hoaxes being used to justify genocide, whether it be under Western expansion and genocide of Native Americans in the United States, or in the Jim
Wait, Hasan catching strays on Legal Mindset stream? I realized Legal Mind... Yeah, isn't Legal Mindset kind of farms adjacent?
South, where black men and boys were
Too many right-wing streamers now. We're going to get to that. That's part of the topic for tonight.
lynched for the hoax of touching a white woman. The woman who claimed she was touched by 14-year-old Emmett Till, leading to his murder and mutilation, has admitted to making a false report and is still alive to this day, facing zero repercussions. This hoax strategy was also used against Jewish people in Nazi Germany. This is so simple to understand, yet Ethan and Hila are participating in genocide justification. Okay, let's see the rest of this clip, and then we'll get into Denham's response, which further covers the false claims and smears made by Ethan.
What is this? And yes, she is a fucking bitch. Somebody that laughs in the face of other fucking victims and immediately calls them liars, that's a fucking bitch of a person. If not that, then who? She is earning the coveted distinction of being a fucking bitch. Congratulations. Enjoy the distinction. I've come here and I have made the distinction. I have decreed, let it be known, that Denims is a dumb fucking bitch.
This dude is a quote-unquote progressive social democrat, by the way. Oh, but his only friends nowadays are Trump supporters, so make of that what you will. In response, Denims took a day off from streaming. Not 2 months, just a single day.
His only friends now are Trump supporters. I guess it's a reference to Steiny, and there's like one other person, right? I can't remember. Who is the other Trump supporter that he's friends with?
To put together a response to Ethan's misogynistic rant and his incredibly dangerous false accusations.
Hey guys, I think I pissed off Ethan Klein. He hasn't had a lot of nice things to say about me since the incident.
45,000 live viewers, by the way. 45,000 views. She had like 45,000 live viewers.
So yeah, I got around 45,000 viewers.
I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Ethan is focusing on the benefits to streamers that he used to be bigger than of his decaying career, right? That's definitely something he would get hung up on. I mean, because this is literally her benefiting from his downfall, and he's got to hate that.
Covering Ethan Klein's content nuke on Hasan. The video was pretty terrible overall, and I think anyone that wasn't sure before is completely certain now that Ethan has become a shell of his former self. I mean, shit, I used to watch this guy in high school.
Now, Denim's video is only 14 minutes long, so given this criticism, you'd think Ethan would be willing and able to react to Denim's 14-minute long video in full, right? Of course not. Ethan instead decided to react to, not only out of context, but deliberately spliced clips he found on the H3H3 Productions subreddit. And I'm just gonna take a wild guess that the person who spliced these clips together is also active in the Destiny subreddit. Oh, would you look at that?
Let's take a bet. Does she ever acknowledge the fact that she lied about a victim, or is it just like ad hominem? Lock in your answer now.
The funny thing about Ethan is, like, when he's full of shit, and he's sure that he's got you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's card says moops, isn't it? I don't know if he does it, if Ethan really believes that, you know, the answer that's definitely supposed to be the Moors is not actually the moops, because the card does in fact say moops. Like, I don't know, chat. Like, I half think that maybe he knows, but yeah, I mean, could it be that he's just this ignorant and confident and smug, I guess?
No.
Card says moops.
Let's see.
Pulling me as an ex-Destiny orbiter. He's doing this to distract from the fact that he's currently orbiting Destiny.
Okay. First of all, I'm bigger than Destiny. That's not how gravity works. Okay, lady, take a fucking class in science. I've been bigger than Destiny. Okay?
So you're supposedly a smart girl. Come on. Okay, orbiting Destiny would mean they...
You know, what's weird is, like, if you're talking about concurrent numbers, then yeah, Destiny is smaller than Ethan. If you're talking about overall views on YouTube, I don't think so. I don't think Destiny is smaller than Ethan.
They collaborated together. They like call into each other's show. They do stuff together.
I don't want you to fall into a trap here because she's got receipts.
Okay.
I think Ethan and Hila just have a humiliation fetish, because if you just watched the video in full, you would understand that the brief section on Destiny is meant to be comic relief before Denim starts talking about the much more serious accusations of denial.
Okay, I thought those two clips were fun, but the next clip is a little bit more serious. Before we get into it, a quick palate cleanser.
But I just think it's funny, her and Hasan are the ones calling me an orbiter, and they're the motherfuckers who were part of this guy's life.
They are.
Yeah, whatever Ethan does still have, you know, as a large channel on YouTube, it's not translating into, like, a lot of... he doesn't have aura, you know what I'm saying? Regardless of how many concurrents he has. Like, him his relationship with Destiny is never going to be Destiny, what can I do for you, Mr. Klein? It is always going to be the other way around.
Accusations existed and they benefited from his benefited
You guys are the actual
movement. Thank you, WB. Yeah. He lacks movement.
orbiters. They're real in real life. Like where we live in the reality, you guys are the orbiters. So there's
Y'all-
that.
Ha! Gotcha.
Y'all live in Destiny solar system. I'm out here, rogue black
You live in Destiny's butthole. What are you talking about?
hole.
Yeah, you are the black. There we go. You live in Destiny's black hole.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
Nobody.
These people are literally stuck in 2018. Like everyone under the leftist umbrella on Twitch now knows to stay as far away as possible from Destiny. Yet Ethan is frequently browsing his subreddit, and whenever he's talking about Destiny's crimes, he seems oddly unfazed by it, compared to when he talks about Hasan's much less serious accusations of supposedly supporting terrorism.
Although I'll say Hasan is having quite a week. He's doing a victory lap as Destiny, his arch nemesis, was like completely and fully fucking canceled / exposed this month. Pixie showed screenshots of him being like, I'm so sorry if there's anything I can do, you know, if I can pay you to...
Oh, Destiny?
Yeah.
Said that? Oh, wow. That's deeming.
He said stuff like, you know, I don't know if it helps, but yeah, here he is offering to pay some of her bills. He says, this feels super lame, and I don't at all want to imply that somehow just giving you money helps anything go away or fixes everything for you.
He's so over having to watch Ethan clips too. Well, I mean, I would guess that it probably hurts for Destiny to watch Ethan screw it up. Like when Destiny's watching Ethan go at Hasan, he's probably thinking about what he would say, what he would do. He's thinking about Ethan's execution, maybe of a plan that he might have contributed to, and finding it lacking. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that.
But if you have any bills or owe money or anything, or have financial stuff I can help with, I can at the very least chip in and help with any of that. So it's at least one less thing you have to worry about or stress over while you're worrying about getting through this. I had heard this leak happened, and I thought it was just memes and stuff, because apparently there was like a picture or video of him like s***ing a dude off. Everyone thought that was funny, whatever. There's nobody on the entire platform to call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned. Nobody. There is not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic, pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe, psychotic, that is not normal. And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch.
He does this every day because he's got deliverables to turn in. Are you talking about his sponsorships?
Explain that to me. How is there not one dissenting voice on that entire platform? And this has really contributed to a lot of extremism being normalized. Is because young people are on Twitch, they go to Hasan, and they think this is normal. And it's the only option. You can't even click over to someone else who's like, actually, this is why Hasan's wrong. It doesn't exist. It literally doesn't exist. That's fucking crazy, dude.
All right, back to the video.
Hasan and his community is desperate to link me to Destiny, someone who I don't even know. They claim that he like ghost wrote my video, that he's my favorite creator.
I wonder why people might think that.
Ooh.
But really, just ask Destiny.
Oh shit, she's doing some like Sherlock Holmes type of shit right here, boy. I'm in the middle of a crazy clue game.
Okay.
Here's what he had to say on October 22nd, the day after Ethan Klein got caught browsing his subreddit.
I know it wouldn't look good for Ethan to publicly...
Well, what got caught browsing his subreddit? Can you show me what that means? Like, what the f are you talking about?
Ethan still has sponsors. Yeah, he's got, what is it? Gamer Subs. He's got Mood. What else does he have?
Like, did I pick...
Does he have Adam and Eve still? Or is that old?
That, like, I showed an image that also appeared on his subreddit or something like...
Do they know that, like, if you open a subreddit, that still doesn't make you an orbiter of destiny?
I don't know him. They're like, oh,
just to like bring her back to reality for a second.
I mean,
if you opened the Destiny subreddit, it does not make you an orbiter of destiny.
Yeah.
They disagree.
If you have it as your homepage, it does not make you a Destiny orbiter.
With him and wanting to sleep with him and streaming with him and
hanging out,
you know, having good time, having in his bed. Think could that happen?
I mean, yeah, you have a pattern of using memes and screenshots sourced from the Destiny subreddit. Your own H3H3 subreddit has been infiltrated by Destiny fans, and your recently visited tab on Reddit frequently features the Destiny subreddit. You are clearly in his orbit, whether or not you even realize.
I know it wouldn't look good for Ethan to publicly do anything with you, but if you reach out on private at all, well, privately we chat a ton, of course. Why do you think I've been off stream so much the past week? I'm like scripting these videos, but publicly, I mean, it's difficult to associate with him because Hasan is just going to accuse me of like mind basically, right?
If Ethan Klein is willing to lie about all this other stuff,
lying about me is one thing.
What else is he willing to lie about?
Denims is a dumb. Well said, sir.
Wait, if you look at her face, it almost looks like she doesn't even believe what she's saying.
That is such obvious.
He's obviously joking, and she
was friends.
She was friends with him.
She admired his sense of humor and his personality.
She knows he's joking.
She was very good friends with him.
So forced, bro.
Yeah, look at her face.
Oh yeah. Pat and Panada duped Ethan into acknowledging the Boston bombing. Yeah, that really creepy video. I haven't watched that one with you because I'm afraid that Twitch would like ban me. Right? He's being really fucking gross. I don't think you can say that shit on Twitch. I'm surprised that that's up on YouTube. I'm surprised that Ethan was able to say that shit on YouTube.
Face afterwards.
It comes back. She's like,
yikes. Am I right?
What else is he willing to lie about? Did you guys know that he pulled a meme from the Destiny subreddit?
These people are such idiots. They think everyone else is just the dumbest motherfucker in the world. Denims is so obviously joking. Oh, and here's the first instance of a spliced clip, and it actually makes Ethan look super guilty. This is the clip they played on stream.
If Ethan Klein is willing to lie about all this other stuff, what else is he willing to lie about?
Denims is a dumb. Well said, sir.
And here is the actual clip from Denim's video.
If Ethan Klein is willing to lie about all this other stuff, what else is he willing to lie about?
I never Destiny.
Oh shit, Ethan. Did you fuck Destiny, Ethan? Back in the day, says Vadim, you could get away with anything. Yeah, I've talked about the Gokunaru video, right? The definitive hit piece against Ethan Klein, or at least the one from back in the day. And I believe that video ends with Gokunaru acting out, unaliving Ethan, unaliving a person dressed as Ethan Klein. Like that's the, I mean, it's old YouTube and it's goofy. So I guess that's kind of why that was okay back then. But yeah, I think maybe even because that video, they decided that any sort of depiction of violence, even symbolic, against another streamer was something they were not going to allow on YouTube.
Anyways.
I don't know, Ethan. That's kind of sus. It's kind of sus that you wouldn't include that. Definitely doesn't help your case.
Well, privately we chat a ton, of course. Why do you think I've been off stream so much this week?
So he's saying he's been off stream for a long time because we've been working so closely hand in hand that he hasn't had time to stream.
Obviously a joke. I mean, if these people don't have the capacity to understand basic stuff like that, I don't understand why should anybody listen to them on anything.
Well, so this is part of what's so malicious about this movement that I really hope people understand. They are knowingly lie. And I think they collude and knowingly lie.
Yeah.
They collude. It's definitely, yeah, it's a fucking...
Because they have
the conspiracy against me.
Very much like a ends justify the means type of thing.
It's like there's a gang of people out there stalking me, huh?
I do believe these people collude to...
Oh god, Vadim, I remember seeing videos that were like... I'm trying to remember. They were like... They purported to be like history videos, but they were the history of World War II in which Hitler was the good guy. Like, this are not streams, but videos. Like, right, you would see shit like that. And my friend dated somebody who worked at YouTube, and just like when I brought it up, I was like, you know, there's some really fucked up shit on YouTube. It got him mad. He was like, that's not true. They've done a lot to clean up the, you know. saying the N-word with the hard R was pretty rampant then too, which of course Ethan took advantage of. Yeah, that is kind of weird. I mean, like that. Yeah, it's thinking about the standards back then. It's hard to relate to.
To like spread specific, talking points. The problem is that she's so dumb that this one is actually so dumb and bad. It's not really believable, even probably to her dumbest audience members. Although, who knows? Let's see.
They don't care either.
You might be surprised. I might be surprised.
Wait, I want to see her reaction again before you close it.
Sure, yeah.
I'm like scripting these videos. But
okay.
I mean, it's...
Where can somebody give me the source for this dog poo thing? I have heard Bad Empanada said this too. I just didn't where did he get this? Like, is this real? That Ethan's kids got parasites from his dog's poop, which he leaves in the house? Is that...
It's difficult to associate with him because Hasan is just going to accuse me of like mind him, basically, right?
Yikes! If Ethan Klein is willing to lie about all this other stuff, what else is he willing to lie about?
Denims is a dumb dude, that guy is so on.
Girl, you don't believe your own bullshit.
These people must just think women are stupid or some shit. And for all my men out there...
Yeah, we probably need a source.
It's actually a very common phenomenon that
Ethan said it, what, on Instagram?
Women have to deal with. They make very obvious jokes in the presence of men, but because men typically see them as lesser than, they think the woman is simply incorrect, rather than making an obvious joke. And that's what Ethan is demonstrating here.
This is the top comment, which I think we all know. She knows he's joking, but she knows her and Hasan's audience either stupid enough to believe it or just willing enough.
Yeah, they're just
to
willing
add it to their
enough.
list of things they knowingly lie about. It's really crazy, the total detachment.
That's what I'm learning, is that they're not dumb enough, they're willing enough.
Yeah, Hasan's audience is definitely the one not understanding the humor. You guys really understand what's going on here. You're so...
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Ethan needs to do something about the spiders in his brain. I think there is a cure for it. It's retire and get offline and enjoy life.
That or a bug bomb in his head, which, yeah, no, that's probably, yeah, retiring probably is preferable. Thank you, Izzy Sanchez. Thank you for the super chat. That brings us up to what are we at? We're at 35 on the dono goal. Ooh, it's different over here. Look at this. 72 of you have voted. Remember, if you've already voted, you can, on the first stream, you can vote on this stream. Right now, it is a very close race between more Ethan seething, which, remember, we didn't get to watch all of that yesterday. If you want to return to that and clean up the scraps of that stream, then vote for that, right? It's almost tied with TYT sweeps for Destiny. We have Hasan on Bad Hasbara in 3rd place, and we have Stephen A. Smith on Pod Save America in 4th place. So, make sure to vote. It's on YouTube. Let your voice be heard. You can also vote if you're on Twitch. You just have to come over to YouTube to do it. If you can, leave me a like while you're there, because that helps me out a lot, and all the likes went away from the previous stream. So even if you've already liked the previous stream, liking this stream helps too. And I hate to ask you to like a stream more than once, but could you? Just put Ethan dog poop clip in discourse? Oh no, he talked about it? Oh no, this is real? Is this real, chat? Is this real? This just even for Ethan, this is there's eccentric in a good way. You know what I mean? Marches to the beat of his own drummer, and then there's insists on letting his dog poop in the house with kids. That's not the good eccentric, by the way.
So smart. Okay, here's the other instance in which Ethan reacts to a spliced clip of Denim's original video.
This is another clip, I guess, from her video. Let's see. Another obliterating me in front of her, and she was...
Oh yeah, the other thing you can do is let me know when you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you got yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, make sure to let me know which of these topics you're pulling for, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding it to the wait, is it right up here? Yeah, the bonus. It'll create a bonus for your topic, and on a night where the poll is really close, that could be determinative.
Nap for 50 days and continually while being in captivity. Nothing to say? Nothing?
Let me find
Can
this.
acknowledge what just happened?
I will acknowledge what just happened.
Oh, good. This is the first time I've ever seen one of these people.
Okay.
This is exciting.
You say.
This woman who you claimed was continually raped in captivity did not claim to have been raped.
Oh my God. The narrator literally says it.
So this narrator says that she met people in captivity that it happened to them, and she witnessed them telling her about it.
Let me play this, and then let's say our point. At least one of the people said that they had suffered.
What is this?
About half of them.
Here, well,
In that interview, she
And remember, the narrator says that people suffer. Okay.
That is not the original video. And if they had just watched the video, they would have realized how baseless their argument really is. Here is the actual clip from Denham's video.
I will acknowledge what just happened. This woman who you claimed was continually raped in captivity did not claim to have been raped. In fact, when she was released from captivity, she
is that Moist Critical? You think Comrade Casey sounds like Moist Critical?
this to say.
ואז אחד מהם, הצעיר, עשה איתי הורדת ידיים, אבל הוא הביא מגבת, כדי לא... כי אסור לו לגעת בי. אישה היא מאוד... אישה היא קדושה שם. אישה היא מלכה. היו עושים לי שיחות איך לשמור על אגם. הסברנו להם שגם אצלנו לפעמים כן יש שלאגם יכול להיות חבר, או יכולים להיות לה כמה חברים לפני שהיא תתחתן, אני אפילו...
Oh, that's a good thing they distorted the clip. Then that's good for me too.
מעודדת את זה, שהיא תתנסה, שהיא תכיר, לפני שהיא אצלה מוסד הנישואים, אבל היינו מתאמתים על זה.
Later, she did a different interview for a documentary, which is what Ethan put on the screen. In that interview, she says that at least half the hostages she spoke to said they were sexually assaulted. At no point did she claim that anything had happened to her, and to my knowledge so far, no hostages have given first-hand accounts of being sexually assaulted in captivity.
כל פעם שפגשתי מישהו היה לפחות מישהי או מישהו אחד שחוו התעללות מינית והתעללות פיזית. כמעט, כאילו חצי מהן.
Now, other women have also claimed that while they weren't victims themselves, they spoke to others that were. Asking people to believe secondhand accounts that change with no explanation is insane. I take issue with other people manipulating these women's horrific experiences to fit their narratives. I have said countless times that in any military, paramilitary, or attack, there will unfortunately be sexual abuse. American troops have been found guilty of this countless times over the past few decades. I have to believe that there was sexual abuse on October 7th. I will also always believe victims who come forward to talk about their sexual abuse. I stand by that.
So yeah, what Denham's is showing and proving in this video is that the girl Ethan originally claimed was continually raped in captivity and thus accused Denham's of laughing at her and calling her a liar, not only never claimed to be raped herself, but well before.
Yeah, and like at some point, I think that Gila acknowledged that she hadn't made that claim, and that's what Ethan was yelling at her about. Ethan was saying, "You're denying a rape victim. You're denying a rape victim," and it's like, that's not what she said. That was never what she said.
Before this documentary was filmed, she gave a contradicting report, saying that it was forbidden for her to be touched. The clip of her saying this was very poorly received by the people of Israel, and thus when she was given another opportunity to talk about her experience, she all of a sudden changed her story, making her claims of hearing about acts of sexual violence lose all credibility. Ethan is spreading dangerous lies that are used time and time again to justify genocide. I think there is one main takeaway we can learn from this entire Ethan versus Denham situation. Whenever Ethan is reacting to or discussing certain Twitch streamers, YouTubers, or really anyone online he has a problem with, specifically those he disagrees with politically, I think it's safe to assume more times than not that Ethan is either straight up lying or is too stupid to realize he has no idea what he's talking about. please, if you can, go show some support to friend of the show, Denims. Thank you for watching NSR.
All right, well, definitely show some love to a friend of the show, NSR, as well. Here you go. Actually, not for, I don't know NSR, but I think I've talked to NSR in chat or something. You know, not exactly friend of show status, but still very cool. Anyway, that is the NSR video. I want to make sure that we cover everything. More Ethan Seething is at 31%, 2IT Sweeps for Destiny at 31%, Bad Hasbro at 21, Stephen A. Smith at 15. That's where it's at right now with 87 votes, but oh, and I'll try to count the... It says we're at 2 out of 10 on the super chat goal. I'll say it's 5 out of 10 because we had 3 on the other one. And we have an hour and 24 minutes left to hit the... That's the trampoline goal, if you want to see me jump on the trampoline while I'm streaming.
Make all the drama.
It's probably good for me.
Slop you want to make, okay? Go ahead, King. But coming out and just doing the Hasbro that I've ever seen is unacceptable. Why don't you diminish the 2 kids that died against as Elian Aragon? I did not do that, as a matter of fact. I did not do that at all. You are a moron. I think you probably saw me laughing at the scary poster that Hamas had put forth.
Oh, wait. I said I was going to watch... Oh my god, chat. What am I even doing? It's not even on screen. But this is... That's what I was trying to watch.
Oh, Ethan, shut the fuck up, you little.
Oh my god.
Olive has giardia, which is it's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea. And Olive has this? Olive has this, yeah. She came to us with it. Okay. She had diarrhea.
I can barely hear this. Here, I'm gonna have to...
So that's only one part of it. The next part is...
It's too quiet, isn't it?
Giardia, which is it's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea. And Olive has this? Olive has this, yeah. She came to us with it. Okay. She had diarrhea, and poor baby. Ducky came to us with that too. And I just wonder why.
Is that better?
It should have found it already. But anyway, so she has giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today. And well, Sonny's crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia. Oh shit. And now Ela has giardia. For real? And now I think this morning I had diarrhea. What can I do to not get it? Yeah, because I'm not trying to get it. It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop. Are you planning on that?
Did everybody hear that? Is that clear? That what documentary are you talking about? The Silence, Screams of Silence or whatever? That documentary?
Not really. So then you're fine. But unfortunately, the problem is you just told us that your poop is flowing out of your mouth. It's like in the air, bro. That's not what I said. That's what you said. That's what you said. I said. Well, anyway, so let me continue, please. Okay, I'm sorry. So because it can go on surfaces and stuff. So Olive chews everywhere. She's there. So Sonny, it makes sense why he got. Then once he starts having these crazy diarrhea.
Wait, the last IM of the day on Majority Report was from a H3 fan. Got more soul. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Let's try watching this again. All right, it's so distracting for me because like the filters on their voice, the filters on their. I can deal with the filters on their face. Okay, that's kind of. That's a bit much.
So that's only one part of it. The next part is that Olive has giardia, which is it's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea. And Olive has this? Olive has this, yeah. She came to us with it. Okay. She had diarrhea, and poor baby. Ducky came to us with that too. And I just wonder why. Relatively. It should have found it already. But anyway, so she has giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today. And well, Sonny's crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia. Oh shit. And now Ela has giardia. For real? And now I think this morning I had diarrhea. What can I do to not get it? Yeah, because I'm not trying to get it. It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop. Are you planning on that? Not really. So then you're fine. But unfortunately, the problem is you just told us that your poop is flowing out of your mouth. It's like in the air, bro. That's not what I said. That's what you said. That's what you said. I said. Well, anyway, so let me continue, please. Okay, I'm sorry. So because
Chat, this is wild. I feel like
it can go on surfaces and stuff. So Olive chews everywhere. She's there. So Sonny, it makes sense why he got. Then once he starts having these crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night, all day, all the time he's having these crazy diarrheas. Then when me and Ela start having to get in there and changing his diaper, obviously you put him down, you wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas.
And they put their hands into the poop.
So I haven't been diagnosed with it. Neither has Ela. Sonny went to the doctor today to get a poop evaluation, but I'm pretty sure he has it because the symptoms is like frequent and extremely foul-smelling diarrheas. And the first night, it happened last night in the middle of the night. I walked into his room, he was crying in the middle of the night, and I was immediately struck by the foulest fucking. His whole room was just wafting and the foulest diarrhea smell. I was like, here we go, So I open, I get.
I am traumatized by this.
Well, he doesn't want to get changed. He's in the middle of the night. He's tired. So you put him on the changing table.
If you slow the video down, well, the problem is I don't think it does that on Reddit. And the other problem is that they're making the voices like this in order to make sure that Ethan can't DMCA them.
And he's thrashing like a fish out of water. And all the meanwhile, he's covered in viscous. Or does viscous mean not flowing or flowing? Or non-viscous?
Well, I think you have to phrase it like it either is highly viscous or
which one is very flowy?
Flowy is low viscosity.
Yeah, so very low viscosity. I think you're, yeah.
Is that right? I always get those backwards.
Viscous,
I'm myself.
having a thick, sticky consistency
Right,
between solid and liquid.
The more viscous it is, the thicker it is.
Okay, so he had very low viscosity diarrhea. And he was thrashing all around, so you can imagine it was not an easy task cleaning that up, and in the dark too, mind you.
Right.
And then it's like, okay, I can change the diaper, I put him back in his sleeping sack. And I want to put him on the ground because I don't want him to, suffer. So I carry him into the bathroom to wash my hands. And, I try to do a one-handed wash, which isn't good enough. So I'm killing him with this hand, I'm trying to do two hands. Point is, I wash my hands as best as I could. Oh my God. And obviously after I put him down, I washed him again. Ela, on the other hand, she started having, and I don't want to out her, but very foul-smelling diarrhea. So this morning I had diarrhea. And I'll say that it wasn't foul-smelling. Shut up, Ela, we love you. The thing is, they all smell the same. There's this similar foulness that it smells like. And now our other dog started farting, and it smells like this foul-smelling giardia shit.
Brother, you need to be in a bubble right now. Why?
It's not really contagious. Unless you're changing my fucking diaper. You're not going to catch it.
You better be cleaning your hands really well. I mean, Ethan,
bro,
you're not very thorough hand washers.
If any of you catch giardia, okay, I will give you $10,000. Hey, now you'll be licking the toilet seat.
Yeah, hell yeah, bro.
No, you guys will not be getting giardia. It's not like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, but anyway, it's also not that serious. It's just diarrhea.
One part of it. The next part is
What's the next?
that Olive has
All right.
giardia, which is it's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
And Olive has this?
Olive has this. Yeah, she came to us with it.
Okay.
She had diarrhea, and
oh, poor baby.
Ducky came to us with that too. And I just wonder why.
It's relatively common.
It should be. They should have found it already. But anyway, so she has giardia. So we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today, and well, Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
Yeah, thank you, Play Something. This is much better to watch it like this.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
And now Ela has giardia.
Shut. For real?
I feel like if I had giardia, I wouldn't want, if I was married to somebody and I had giardia, I wouldn't want them being like, and Irene has giardia now. Yeah, no, really.
Now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God.
What can I do to not get it from you?
I'm trying
to, because I'm not trying to get
Can
that.
I crank the AC maybe?
Is it?
I'm not trying to get that giardia from you.
It's you have to ingest my poop. Are you planning on that?
Never.
Not really.
So then you're fine.
But unfortunately,
so the problem is,
you just told us that your poop is flowing out of your mouth. It's like in the
literally.
air, bro.
That's not what I said. That's literally that's
You
what
admitted
you
had
said.
caca breath.
No, that's what you said. I said. Well, anyway, so let me continue, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So because it can go on surfaces and stuff. So Olive chews everywhere. She's there. So Sonny, it makes sense why he got it. Then once he starts having these crazy diarrheas, like in the middle of the night, all day, all the time, he's having these crazy diarrheas. Then when me and Ela start having to get in there and changing his diaper, obviously you put him down, you wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrhea.
I mean,
and they put their hands into the poop.
So I haven't been diagnosed with it.
Listen, giardia, is a very bad illness to have. It's a very, very bad illness to have. It's not, and imagining what a baby getting that, oh my God. That's the last thing you want your kid getting. Like if you have a baby, like it's bad enough, like, to have a sick kid, but like, God damn. I mean, like that's gotta be like dangerous. Like if the child is too young, like it's a very violent gastrointestinal, illness. Like
neither has Ela. Sonny went to the doctor today to get a poop evaluation, but I'm pretty sure he has.
They're checking for eggs in that poop. They're checking to see if there is a giardia worm in there or giardia eggs, probably.
Is it because the symptoms is like frequent and then extremely foul smelling diarrheas? And the first night It happened last night in the middle of the night. I walked into his room. He was crying in the middle of the night. And I was
This is sad. This is sad.
Struck by the foulest fucking. His whole room was just. Wow.
Well, now doesn't he say that this is from the dog, like letting the dogs poop in the house and
the foulest diarrhea smell. And I was like,
this is worse than Asmongold. Can we say this, chat? I'm not saying that his house is as messy as Asmongold's, but this is worse than the rat. Like, Asmongold doesn't have any stories about fucking explosive diarrhea.
Here we go, So and first of all, he doesn't want to get changed. He's in the middle of the night. He's tired. So you put him on the changing table, and he is thrashing like a fish out of water. And meanwhile, he is covered in viscous.
No.
Or what's viscous?
I think it's the opposite of viscous.
Not flowing or flowing or non-viscous.
Well, I think you have to phrase it like it either is highly
It's the opposite of viscous.
viscous or it has low
Which
viscosity.
Which one is very flowy?
Flowy is low viscosity.
Yeah. So very, very low viscosity.
Hold on.
I think you're. Yeah.
Is that right? I always get those backwards, so I'm
Viscous is
doubting myself.
having a thick, sticky consistency
Right, so
between solid and liquid.
The more viscous it is, the thicker it is.
Okay, so he had a very low viscosity,
Yeah.
diarrhea, and he was thrashing all around. So you can imagine it was not an easy task cleaning that up, and in the dark too, mind you.
Right.
This just keeps getting worse.
Okay, again, change it, put the diaper on it, put him back in his sleeping.
He does a 30-minute segment about diarrhea. What the fuck? Says what he read.
And I want to put him on the ground because I didn't want him to, suffer. So I carry him into the bathroom to wash my hands. And, I try to do a one-handed wash, which isn't good enough. So I'm holding him in this hand. I'm trying to do two hands. Point is, I washed my hands as best as I could.
Oh my God.
And obviously, after I put him down, I washed him again.
And you still got giardia,
And I
right?
don't want to out her, but very foul-smelling diarrhea.
I don't want to out her. Oh my God, this is horrible. I would be so mad. I would be so mad.
So
now, this morning I had a diarrhea.
No.
And I'll say that it did.
A diarrhea? I believe you're looking for, like, a partitive, not an indefinite article. I believe you mean some diarrhea.
It wasn't foul-smelling.
Shouts out, Hila. We love you.
We love you, Hila.
The thing is, they all smell the same. There's this similar foulness that it smells like. And now our other dog started farting, and it smells like this foul-smelling giardia.
The whole family is farting frothy giardia diarrhea, like including the dogs. This is terrible.
Shit.
Brother,
And he can't, and he's getting it from, like, oh my
need to be in a
God.
bubble right now. Why are you?
Yeah,
Why are you here?
It's not really contagious unless
Oh,
you're...
really?
They need to have biosuits. The whole freaking crew needs biosuits.
It feels like it definitely
Unless you're
is.
changing my fucking diaper,
Sometimes it feels that way.
you're not going to catch it. You are not going to catch it.
This is worse than 2 Girls, 1 Cup. Nice callback.
Cleaning your hands really well.
I mean, Ethan,
Bro.
to defend Ethan, he's
You're not
a very thorough hand washer. He washes
If any of you catch
frequently.
giardia,
No.
okay, I will give
do
you
know.
$10,000.
Hey,
And
I'm gonna try to
Now
get it,
y'all are
bro.
gonna be licking the toilet seat.
Yeah, hell yeah, brother.
No, you guys will not be getting giardia. It's not like that.
Okay,
Yay.
well,
Yeah.
Well, good. Also,
But anyway, it's also not that serious. It's just diarrhea.
right.
It is not unserious.
Seemingly just perpetually have diarrhea.
This is something that should never happen, right? If it's a sign either that you're camping and you're drinking water that you shouldn't be, or not preparing it properly or whatever, or that you have really got some fucked up shit going on in your life. Like, it's just like, really, if you said it yourself, Ethan, you have to eat the poo-poo to get this.
That's the thing. I don't know if I have it. I'm pretty sure based on the smell alone, Hila's infected.
Also, you're taking all these antibiotics. Don't antibiotics usually give you the runs a little bit?
I don't know.
Side effect for me?
I think, yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah.
Antibiotics just kind of mess everything up.
Well, and I'm on like so many different antibiotics. That should just nip it in the butt, to use a pun.
Yeah, I feel like that.
There's a long-standing suspected scat fetish with Gila and Ethan because of how often they talk about poop together, and in a weird way. They should hang out with Papa Meat.
Yeah, it could cause diarrhea.
So I don't think I have it, but yeah, like I said, Hila's horrific smelling diarrheas that she did several times throughout the night. That's what marriage is, you know.
I mean, between the two of you
and us,
we're not married to her.
Yes, you are. This is all
poo on my bed.
I'm open about everything I do.
How did you have that?
She left a stinky grumper.
My wife left a whopper poo on my bed.
She left a grumpy right there in the middle of the night.
Grumpy. Grumpy.
It's a bit much.
Wow. Okay.
Good
Well,
It's a bit much.
going
All
on.
right, are we done with the disgusting story yet?
This weekend I played some Marvel Rivals.
Nice.
And chilled.
I barely got any time to play
climbing.
Survivor. Are you still playing that?
Are you still on that?
Yeah, I am.
I'll log in every now and then.
What is that game, like a Vampire Survivor clone?
Completely stopped spending money on it.
Good.
I spent a lot of money on it.
Look, you can play Vampire Survivor, or you can play Hollow Cure, but no other derivatives. If you're playing some game that is like Vampire Survivor but not, then you're on the wrong side of video gaming. That's a game that you should never find yourself playing. That's like playing Top War or Age of Origins, right? Never find yourself playing that shit.
Spending has slowed down significantly.
Good. I'm happy
But I
for
will
that.
say this: I am in I think one of the top 3 guilds in the whole game.
Nice.
And I am clearing, the the clan expedition.
Yeah.
So we're on the hardest difficulty.
It's easy to 100%. I thought I was getting close to 100%. I don't think I've done it yet.
And I'm clearing perfect score.
It got hard again.
Without even trying, probably.
No, I have to try a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I have to focus.
Damn. Yeah. I mean, I kind of just spent too much money, and then I got
Insect Politician says CPS needs to do a wellness check on that kid.
sour at the game.
I just hate the developers. They're such fucking pieces of
Fucking
shit.
douchebags.
Okay, I think we're good. We're good. Okay.
brought back the rare items over and over in the.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to make you watch H3, but I guess we needed a little bit of context. A little bit of context. Oh, in chat, I realized that I didn't have this in the right. There we go. You're looking for Hasan. You're looking for Kaya. There they are.
Lying about me is one thing, okay? Make all the drama slop you want to make, okay? Go ahead, King. But coming out and just doing the Hasbro that I've ever seen is unacceptable. Why don't you diminish the 2 kids that died against as Elian Aragon? I did not do that, as a matter of fact. I did not do that at all. You are a moron. I think you probably saw me laughing at the scary poster that Hamas had put forth, which showed that Benjamin Netanyahu looked like a villain, like a vampire.
Still confused about giardia? It's a parasite that will often be found. Let's say that you're in a situation where usually this is how you got giardia. You're hiking, you're getting water out of the creek, you think you're okay, but you don't realize that a cow took a poop upstream or something. Or something, a moose died in the water upstream. And you get this parasite, and it makes your tummy very unhappy. All of your poo-poo turns into liquid poo-poo, and it's a horrible thing. It should never, no one should ever have to experience it. It's bad.
Okay? This is pure bad faith nonsense. You are okay? I am not someone who is an ultra Zionist or a Zionist at all. I don't laugh at baby killings. You should take that up with.
But in Ethan's case, it's apparently that his dogs were allowed to defecate on the floor in his house, and the babies got it. The babies got it from that.
Other people, possibly in your social circle, that takes great joy out of the death and destruction of children. The likelihood that the Bibis children were also killed by an airstrike is still fairly high. I do not trust the Israeli government's initial assessment. I'm sorry. Ethan Klein up.
Yeah, Jerry says it can kill children. That's what I was thinking. I think it's really dangerous for like little ones to get it.
Uploaded a video claiming you laughed at them. I know. The funniest thing is, it doesn't even matter if the context is directly in the video. I've realized that a lot of people are so primed into refusing to understand the exact context in the video. Even if he doesn't clip me out of context. Or this is not just Ethan either. This is just everybody that does the same shit. Sometimes they will literally feature the context. Like the famous case of me saying, the
poop is calling from inside the house.
The likelihood of happening on October 7 does not change the dynamic for me even one bit. Is literally me saying you cannot do a genocide on an entire population of people because of the likelihood of sexual assaults happening. Okay? That is the most normal statement of all time. You are a psychopath if you go, no, actually, genocide is valid if sexual assault happened. Is that your argument? Why do you think it's appropriate? Is it appropriate to do genocide to an entire population of people? It's very interesting because seemingly these people are pro-Palestine too. Okay? But at the same time, not only are they pro-Palestine, but they're also simultaneously pro-genocide of Palestinians. Kind of crazy that you got to literally adjust the exact same thing over and over every single day. I know, these people are dumbasses who don't care either. AB and Dan pushed back and said you were laughing at the absurdity of the Nosferatu image of Netanyahu, but Ethan still didn't.
When does Kaya's big book of chicken recipes come out? That's when Kaya puts her glasses on because she's got to read.
See this point that you were laughing at the children? Yeah, because he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the truth. He doesn't care. He thinks this is good. He thinks this is good propaganda. He can't actively say he loves Israel and he loves everything that Israel is doing because there's too much shame in his heart to openly admit that. Okay? So he has to just do the opposite thing and basically say, I'm actually the only real pro-Palestinian person, and every other pro-Palestinian person, actually, every other pro-Palestinian advocate is actually bad. Okay? They're bad. They're all bad. This is my entire advocacy for the past 16 months of genocide is going to revolve around on every single person that is pro-Palestinian. Yeah. It's also the, 1 year anniversary of Aaron Bushnell self-immolating in front of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. I wonder what Ethan said about Aaron Bushnell. Because he's so pro-Palestine. I wonder what kind of things he said about that as a pro-Palestine guy. I'm so pro-Palestinian. I'm going to Israel to show everyone how multicultural and wonderful it is. That's how pro-Palestine I am. One of the grossest things I've seen from that community is constantly saying, you're pulling the genocide card. You want to know something really sad about that? Half of the instances where I was like, there's a genocide going on, chatters. I don't think this is relevant, was actually me defending Ethan. That's what's so...
That's ironic. And I know what he's talking about, right? If you, so Hasan's chat and a lot of Ethan's chat, to be honest, got really mad at Ethan during some of his arguments with Hasan on leftovers. And, he would constantly get his chat trying to comment on Ethan. And at every turn, he said he directed his chat away from the drama. It's just like for a year. And it didn't change until after Ethan had been, attacking his friends, attacking him. Like, he defended Ethan for a really long time. And the time, I think, I don't know if it's like half of the times, but like some of the times that like Ethan has a big like supercut of Hasan saying there's a genocide going on. There's a genocide going on. We can't talk about that. There's a like, right. To give the feeling that this is a common excuse for Hasan, that he's hiding behind the fact that there's a genocide, when what he's really kind of doing is redirecting his audience's attention away from burning Ethan's ass, right? Away from talking shit about Ethan by pointing out that there are more important things going on than Ethan Klein's bad takes.
Stupid about it, because for the entire year, I didn't pay attention to what the he was saying about Aaron Bushnell, for example. I had no idea what he was saying because I thought it was unproductive. I kept repeating over and over again, foolishly, mind you, telling my chat not to care or consider what Ethan Klein was saying because there were more important things that were happening, like the genocide that was happening that we were covering. And that's what's really interesting about it. Now, cynically, he just uses all of those instances as he calls it the genocide card. Well, we're talking directly about the genocide. Maybe make an assessment on all of the instances where you've talked about Israel and Gaza and why you have so heavily focused on all of the people that are critical of Israel. It's so gross that people even say the genocide card. Careful for the next scary IG story incoming. I know. Not even a second where Ethan Klein or his community of otherwise progressive, or what remains of his community and what remains of his community that used to be progressive, ever think pull the genocide card is a insane thing to say. It is not a card that I'm using to deflect away from serious criticism. It's me quite literally saying, eyes on the prize. There is something more important happening here that you should be focusing on rather than petty ass drama. And for the better part of this past year, that was me telling my community not to focus on whatever Ethan Klein was saying because I thought it was silly and unproductive. I kept repeating over and over again, hey, he posted on Instagram in 2021 about how he was critical of Israel. How foolish was I? Holy become a hateful, abusive, narcissistic monster over the course of a year. He did not understand that I was trying to defend him when we had those conversations, when I kept telling him like, hey, don't say stuff like this. I know you're pro-Palestine. Don't say stuff like this. People are going to misunderstand you. Turns out I was wrong. Yeah, in the words of Shonda Black, if your N-word compilation is longer than your advocacy for the Palestinian emancipatory movement, then you probably aren't pro-Palestine. Responding to criticisms over his mockery of Aaron Bushnell, Ethan Klein launches into a tirade directly out of the Hasbro playbook before inadvertently betraying his own cynical pandering. Why would you call me a Zionist when I have said all the things you want to hear from me?
That's the...
Luxuria just moved to Spain to get away from the UK. Maybe she has good info for you and other chatters looking to leave. That's, thank you, Narwhal.
Problem. You know what I mean? So extreme. My first reaction is this. It was absolutely insane how he like stood the whole time. That was crazy. I don't even know how that's humanly possible.
God.
Not to put this uncouth, but he's a champ at learning a lot. I mean, that sounds bad, but he did it really good. Does that sound bad? We have to make levity of things. Does that sound bad that he was really good? I mean that as a compliment. What the f are you guys angry about, you weirdos? What did I do? My God, stop. They just say all I hear is Ethan no, but I don't understand what I said. Oh, chewing? Yeah, I'll stop that. Maybe they're just talking about the chewing. Could that be?
Yeah, that's probably it.
Wait, what did I even say that to mean? Like, give me a break. Holy didn't think I do it because you want people to talk about it? Like that's what I'm doing. My point is this. First of all, I was stunned by the way that he stood through the whole thing. I mean, shit, that was wild. And really showed his true resolve to protest in that way. I can only imagine this.
Yeah, this was when there was backlash in his community towards a lot of the things that he was saying. Backlash that was organic, by the way, not backlash that I directed, because at the time when people would send me clips like this, I was like, I'm not going to watch that. I don't care.
I want to know how paranoid Ethan really is. Like, right? Because if you listen to him, he's like alleging a grand conspiracy, and sometimes it sounds like Hasan is at the center of it. The guy that streams 56 hours a week is taking his time off to do cloak and dagger operations to ruin Ethan Klein, rather than the Occam's razor answer, which is that you're pissing off your own community.
Okay, just so you understand, at the time when members of his community would come in here because, you know, post leftovers, people will be like, look at what Ethan said again. He's a Zionist, I promise. Okay. And I was like, hey guys, there's a genocide happening. I'm going to cover that instead. I don't really care about what Ethan Klein is saying about Israel or Palestine. He is not your enemy. And that's what I said over and over again for a year.
Yeah, play something. I don't know. Did we watch that on stream? I've seen it.
Unimaginably charitable. And what did he do after all of that? He came after every single pro-Palestinian voice that was around me, that had ever worked with me in any capacity. And then he came after me too. And how did he come after me? With the most ridiculous clips. With the most ridiculous clips claiming that I was, scary. Hate America. Only have America bad perspectives, using some of the silliest sourcing I've ever seen in my entire life. There's a point in which he says, when we were having a back and forth about the Uyghur re-education camps, where he's like, oh, well, aren't they organ harvesting and doing death camps and killing millions of Uyghurs? And I'm like, no, they're re-education camps, which I think is unacceptable, okay? And that those re-education camps have actually closed down, according to an Associated Press article. He turned around and acted like there was no Associated Press article. The Associated Press quietly wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, you know, all the concentration camps have been closed now. Like, all the re-education camps are closed now in Xinjiang, and it's like very different. Very different vibes in Xinjiang, and now, you know, it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say about this.
Dog, that's your fault. You didn't Google it.
Wait, what is the DS-11?
And what you did end up Googling didn't even correspond to the evidence that you suggested that the concentration camps, the death camps, were still ongoing. He was using newer articles that were working on information from prior to our conversation. Wonderful stuff. That's what happens when you spend 6 months on ChatGPT trying to craft a compelling narrative.
Keep your dirty laundry at home. Well, with Ethan, it's like dirty laundry plus dog do.
About things that you don't understand. I heard some of the things that he said in his video, like how 1 million Israelis were displaced during the Nakba, which he calls the War of Israeli Independence, by the way. Okay? Not 1 million Israelis, sorry. 1 million Jews were displaced forcibly. More Jews were displaced during the Nakba than Palestinians, he said.
The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go.
Okay, so this is where I can see the logic of Hasan responding, in that Ethan gives a very deceptive account for the Nakba and subsequent events, right? Ethan tells a simplified story that kind of equivocates between the Nakba and
the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews.
That is the highest level of being misinformed. At that point, I don't even know if you're a Zionist or just a moron. Okay? That's what he said.
I mean, it is very card says moops.
And his dumbass audience of progressive individuals ate that shit up. That's what I'm frustrated by. That's what I'm insanely frustrated by. Because Ethan Klein, for better or for worse, did cultivate a relatively progressive community. And now he's just a Hasbara bot, farming that community into a more reactionary position on a genocide for an apartheid state. An apartheid state that he lived in and hated when he lived there. It's crazy. Like the level of historical revisionism in his anti-Hasan video is so insane. And people still unironically repeat that. Liberal-minded people repeat that. That is what frustrates me. People who are otherwise progressive turning around and being like, oh my God, if everything Ethan is saying in this video is true, and he says he's pro-Palestinian, then yeah, maybe there is definitely a lot of lying and obfuscation happening on Hasan's side. Insane. Literally has the Hamas Piker meme in the background of his entirety of his new video. Yeah, of course, that kind of it flies. Like no one will ever bat an eye at that. Okay, no one will ever bat an eye at that, dude. But God forbid you say Sabra hummus is dog. Oh my God, it's the peak of anti-Semitism. I stubbed my toe. This must be Hasan's anti-Semitism. People don't want to collaborate with me no more. Not because I've had an extended crash out in public in the funniest and saddest ways possible that everyone can see, but most people are still too afraid to ever openly disparage because you sick your fan base on everyone, no matter how big or small, including anonymous Redditors who are former fans of yours, trying to engage in frivolous lawsuits to just expressly dox people. Not because you think you're going to win these defamation suits, but specifically because you want to dox them and then openly talking about how you're going to tell every random person's immediate family members and places of employment that they're actually anti-Semitic for the crime of criticizing you.
There was more Jews.
What is this? Disinformation Tracker Content Nuke Part 2 Ethan Lied for Israel.
The 1940s.
Ever broke just a...
He claimed yesterday that you crashed out and you needed intervention and that you live a sadly lonely life just streaming. Yeah. If I'm crashing out because I responded to one goddamn tweet, if I tweeted twice, okay, because I saw something that I consider to be a bridge too far, which is obviously this tweet. If this tweet is crashing out, what the fuck is doing Instagram posts every single day and 8 or 10 videos virtually covering me every single podcast? What is that? We need a new term for that. If one tweet after months and months of endless chirping is a crash out, what the is this? Yeah, look at this crash out where I said, no way, the guy who ended his podcast over disagreements on Israel's genocide, who spent the last year trying to get every pro-Palestinian voice banned, is visiting Israel like Michael Rappaport. He's going to show us all that there's no apartheid. He even mentions me in this. He can't seem to get my name out of his goddamn mouth.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip. And I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long time. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel. Because you don't see that. When you listen to Hasan and you hear all these like mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist.
Yeah, dude, it's so crazy that these mega lefties like Hasan are calling Israel an apartheid state. I wonder what other mega leftists have called Israel an apartheid state. Oh, that's right. Nelson Mandela, dude. I don't know. I feel like he knows a thing or two about apartheid, don't you think? Mega leftist, dude. Nelson Mandela in Palestine, in his own words, on the 30th anniversary since his release from prison, the late South African leader remains an icon for the Palestinians. This was all the way back in 2020, this 30-year anniversary. I don't care about all the petty okay? I don't care about all the petty I do, however, care about, especially when we have a fascist administration with numerous tossing Sig Heils left and right as the administrative state is being blown to bits by billionaire parasites, I do care about one of the last remaining progressive communities turning into a reactionary hole because they're following the whims of a narcissistic madman who can't let go of his love and loyalty to this apartheid state, this settler colonial apartheid state currently conducting a genocide. That is a bridge too far.
Let me see if I can. So somebody said that the third from last IM that MR answered this morning was what, from like a
like we can afford it. And I think people are hip to it now. They can see that like that kind of middle manager speak that the Democratic Party like weaponizes to, you know, keep things from happening is like uniquely unappealing to Americans in trouble.
Yeah, and it's not just Americans. Like,
where's this again, chat?
With Hano about Germans and how like basically these liberal managers
second to last IM
so much ground in this election.
What Claudia Scheinberg.
Nicola says Hasan did not do that.
Also, there's plenty of well-known
context of tens and tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dead bodies to be
civilians in the name of pro-Palestine activism. It comes off as gross and heartless when promised to run in that race. It seems like that's the case. The lieutenant governor under Walls right now.
Narwhal by super chatted $5. Did anyone else hear about Spike Lee calling out Tyler Perry for union busting? Lol.
I did not hear about that, Narwhal. Thank you for the super chat.
Final IM of the day.
Wait, that's the final? Is this the actual final one, or was the second to last? 2:37. Oh, we're right there. Oh, got more soul. Good timestamp. Yeah, no, that's right where we are. That's where we are.
Sad, tired.
That is some time-stamped sorcery, by the way, chat. I'm very impressed with you getting that timestamp that quickly.
The suffering of the Bebas family is heartbreaking, as is the immense loss of Palestinian lives. It comes off as gross and heartless when prominent leftists like Hasan... Oh, okay, well, this is not the final.
This is literally about Ethan's latest video. Like, that's the subject matter.
No, I want to hear this one, though, because I want to talk about this.
I thought this was positive. Hasan laugh and dismiss the suffering and mourning of Israeli civilians in the name of pro-Palestine activism. I don't know when he did that.
Also, who's cooking his chicken?
I don't believe he did.
Why does he have a designer dog?
I reject the notion I did, but I would also say it is heinous the way atrocity propaganda is being used by Israel, whether it's this instance or the others, and it should be met with fucking scorn. And people that don't understand how weird it looks in the context of tens and tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dead bodies, to be focusing on the hair color of a few others victims is insane. Are you people insane? You're not helping.
I mean, it's white supremacy, and it's
exactly.
And the fact that they're even focusing on the hair color.
Wake the fuck up. Hasan does great work every goddamn day.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the idea. I'm surprised that anyone in our audience feels this way, but like, can you imagine if it was if they were talking about blonde hair in the way that they talk about the hair color of these kids? Like,
they absolutely would.
They would. And what does that sound like?
Fascism. That's what Zionists are.
Yes. Nicola says Hasan did not do that.
Also, there's plenty it's well known that like red hair is also seen quite frequently in the Middle East through with other backgrounds and ethnicities. Why does it's just a stupid thing to bring in with? I'm sure there's some redheaded kids in Palestine and Gaza that were killed. Why doesn't anyone care about them?
It's a Nazi thing to get in with. It is white supremacist. It needs to be said that it's hysteria. It's effing hysteria the way that this stuff is presented.
Also the family of the family of these kids are talking about how disrespectful the conversation around their deceased loved ones are right now too. Why is no one respecting the family of these kids?
The same reason they didn't give a fuck about the hostages, because they want to use them to do a genocide.
Yeah. Dave from Jamaica, dumbest I am. I've heard from in a while. Let's see if we can find another I am to end on.
Don't criticize Hasan to us, please.
Yeah, I
Shut
don't
the
like
fuck
it.
up.
I don't like it. Especially on this issue. Especially because you know how aligned we are with him on this topic. Well, there's a few more I ams asking about. You guys are just like trying to stir shit now. That Anna monologue about us, which is pretty funny. I'm
kind of surprised they haven't responded to the Anna monologue.
Expecting like just put a lot. There's a teleprompter, lots of research that went into it, and yet no argument was made. It seems like.
Now, I don't know if the Ethan people are necessarily the same as the Anna people, though, right? I would think that those would be different people defending, Ethan or attacking Hasan versus the ones supporting Anna Kasparian.
No, people probably don't even know what I'm talking about.
Hey, DSA Josh, you're unhinged, and guess what? I'm elated that you watch Majority Report. They deserve you.
It popped up on my like suggested videos list. It didn't have a lot of views, so I didn't watch it because I didn't think it was very good. But like I saw it. I scrolled past.
Honestly, I skipped around a bit, but when I say it was one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in my life, it had like all of the trappings of a real, I prepared for this. And you keep wondering like, what do they have?
Yeah. Where's the nuke? What does
she have? What's she going to say next? And even the clips that she would play, like, didn't match her commentary next. It was like somebody that had never made an argument before was asked to make an argument in law school or something like that. And it was completely incomprehensible.
It did give, junior year undergrad project.
But I guess
instead, she plays the role of hall monitor. She polices what one can say, what they should believe, who they can talk to, and what they can talk about.
The famous actor we once knew is looking paranoid and now spiraling.
I like hall monitors. I used to watch that like cartoon show Fillmore all the time. So
I've been known to be a hall monitor, policing what people say and do. I honestly thought that was Tulsi Gabbard for 1 second. What'd you say?
Don't hall monitors only like police like the halls, like where people like if people can go to class or can't go to class, like they don't really police what you say or do.
Yeah, right. That's a good point. That would be more like cops.
To get a bathroom pass.
or prison guards. All right, guys. The final I am of the day now, and
okay, that was a good I am. I mean, that was like I was curious. It's only good because it got Emma to talk about. She has seen the Anna video. It doesn't sound like that they feel the need to respond to it. So that makes sense. Brandon scrolled past it. I don't know. Did Matt? Sounds like maybe Matt didn't see it, but Emma definitely watched parts of it at the very least. Anyway, I should probably say, if you haven't already liked the stream, please do. It helps me out a lot, especially after the stream went down earlier. You might find that you're able to like the stream again, even though you did it earlier, because it's a new stream now. So if you haven't liked it yet, I would appreciate those thumbs up. We are at, I'm going to say 6 out of 10 as far as the super chat goal goes. We have 36 minutes left just to hit that 10 out of 10. I'm combining the ones from last time with the ones from this time, just to be clear. If we got 36 minutes left to make that happen, to put me on a trampoline for the rest of this stream and give me a little exercise, because I definitely look like I need it. I could definitely use some exercise. What are we, like 40% towards the dono goal? That means 60% to go. If we get to 100%, then I'll stick around and watch a little extra content with you. Stay on stream a little later and watch a little extra content with you. What content? The content that you're voting for, which right now looks like more Ethan seething in first place, TYT Sweeps for Destiny in second place, Hasan on Bad Hasbra in third place, and Stephen A. Smith in fourth place. Remember, you can also affect the polls by voting if you haven't already. 131 of you have, or by letting me know when you donate which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, right? And you can let me know in the chat when you donate which of these topics you're supporting. Is it more Ethan seething? Is it TYT Sweeps for Destiny? Is it Hasan on Bad Hasbra, or is it Stephen A. Smith on Pod Save America? You can let me know in the chat when you do super chat, super sticker, get yourself a membership, gift a membership. If you support me on Throne, if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me over on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly, because there are forces at work trying to make sure that no political streamer can make an honest living on Twitch. So yeah, it's the only way that I get paid. And so thank you for all of you over there who do support me. Let us now get back to Hasan.
Openly stated that the PLO, he openly stated his support for the Palestinian Liberation Organization during a town hall meeting in the U.S. broadcast on the ABC channel. At the time, it was still regarded as a terrorist organization by U.S. and Israel. Okay?
Okay, so for context, chat, he's talking about Mandela.
Made an effort post video that does a historical dissection of the Hasbara slop. Someone like Zach Foster, it would go so hard. Yeah, we identify with the PLO because just like ourselves, they are fighting for the right of self-determination. Arafat is a comrade in arms, and we treat him as such. In a 1977 speech on International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, Mandela reaffirmed his support for Palestinian rights. We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestinians. In the West Bank, occupied Palestinian land.
Mission with them
Mm-hmm.
to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah, my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid,
right,
in Armada to arrest terrorists, and so I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why, you just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it.
The same city that Ethan and Gila called a terrorist city, the city of Ramallah, okay? There is a Nelson Mandela statue. How ridiculous. I'm ashamed that there are so many people that straight up just dropped all of this stuff the moment that Ethan decided every single person that is a defender of Palestinian emancipation is bad and a terrorist. It's shocking. It's shocking how that turn happened. Like, what happened to individual thinkers? What happened to progressive-minded people? He just purged them from his community. And then in the process, those who remained, I guess, were just rabid sycophants.
It's like
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. Stephen A. Smith, please, as a lifelong Knicks fan, I know no one who is that much of Knicks fan should ever be president.
That is some unique insight, Davy. And thank you for the super chat.
Easy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you.
Yeah. Remember, he's talking about Israel. The mega leftists like Hasan are saying that Israel's a Jim Crow style society.
Like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been. We're planning to go to
so diverse. It's so multicultural and so diverse. Anyway, if you want to understand why it's ridiculous, obviously this in and of itself is frustrating to hear, okay? It's frustrating to hear what? In response to you saying the Hamas wouldn't kill hostages because they're literally their bargaining chips, he went on to say that they killed the kids because, quote, they didn't want to take care of them. Yeah, I know. It's because Yes, because everything the Palestinians do are bad. Everything that Israel does, even if it's bad, it was actually in the direction of good, a higher good, okay? Hey, Hasan, I was just wondering if you're anti-BDS because apparently it's anti-Semitic, or anti-blockade, despite saying Nelson Mandela and the ANC blocking commerce was base, anti-JF, Jewish Voice for Peace, calling them a slur, anti-creators for Palestine because they're not real activism, and also wants to show how non-Jim Crow like Israel is to whitewash the apartheid. Can you still be pro-Palestinian? Asking for a friend. They donated $6,500 one time. Yeah.
That comment goes hard.
$6,500 to the fundraiser that I was doing, by the way. You know, the main terrorist guy. So ridiculous. It's so gross to use this ongoing conflict, no matter which side you're on, this ongoing conflict, as a way to drive a wedge, as a way to just be like, this is my own personal petty project. It's always pure projection. When he says you're using the genocide card, it's like, no, man, you're using an ongoing genocide to go after people who are critical of the genocide, because you can't cope with the reality that numerous people from the progressive community that you cultivated obviously had disagreements with the way that you were covering this. Yeah. Meanwhile, the leftover episodes are still up on their channel while trying to get you banned from Twitch. I know. Dangerous, scary, radical terrorism.
Yeah, anti-corporatist. That really cooked.
That he put up on his channel and still maintains on his channel.
Meow.
Actively trying to get me banned, claiming that the platform he's on is, of course, not anti-Semitic, or the people that he hangs out with who literally voted for Donald Trump. They are.
Oh yeah, Chad. I forgot to say we're 3 super chats, teal or higher, from getting me on that trampoline. It says 4, but think of it as really 7 because there was 3 earlier in the before the stream crashed.
All perfect.
I hate it when I'm talking about Ethan's crash outs and oh god, Steiny. Oh, Steiny Esteban. Did Steiny shave his? Anyway, chat. The Esteban thing is a meme where Ethan like shaves his facial hair in a certain way and turns into anyway.
Little angels. But you know who's actually at fault? A person that I'm falsely claiming told his audience not to vote for Kamala Harris. Okay? Oh, I can't find any clips of Hasan saying don't vote for Kamala Harris. Well, I'll just lie about it anyway because my audience will eat it up. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I saw him desperately trying to find a clip of me not voting or urging people not to vote, in spite of the reality that I've spent countless hours telling people to go out and vote, and literally voted on stream, by the way. Voted on stream. Yeah, Hasan is a big reason why Donald Trump won. Meanwhile, he had Steiny visit him personally.
Him. Oh my god. Are we sure it's his facial hair?
A person who Donald Trump literally mentioned by name. I'm not even against communicating with people who voted for Trump. Obviously, I talk to Bradley Martin all the time. Okay? It's important to understand why people vote for Trump. It's also important to dismantle the arguments, you know? I don't know if he's doing that. What is this? What is this?
This is a result of Hasan's activism.
Did you not get the memo? We're way past that, Hasan. We hate you.
Yeah.
He actively didn't help make sure we don't.
I low-key love how he says that.
I want to thank the Nelt.
And she's like, we fucking hate you. Yeah, I know.
The Nelt boys. Your favorite toy is here. Can we bring out our special guest?
It's my best bud.
It's Tiny.
Finally in the...
Wow. Was Ethan ever like? I thought he used to hate the Nelk boys. What happened? And why Steiny?
Thank you guys for inviting Steiny. That's so nice.
I hope he's happy with like Trump Lindia that we're gonna get there.
I don't think he's full-blown right-wing, but he is certainly not pro-Palestine, okay? Just saying. He says you shouldn't talk about Nelson Mandela being on the terrorist watch list because Mandela was anti-violence. I know, I heard that. It's ridiculous. Again, he does not know. He does not understand. He doesn't know anything. That is the problem. But plenty of people also don't know anything. So when you have a major platform like this, okay, perhaps it would be best for you to at least do a little bit of cursory research before flying off the handles making insane claims. There's a difference between asking people not to vote and choosing not to publicly endorse Kamala Harris out of good conscience and her Gaza policy. I've been watching you since 2019, and you've consistently said the vote, even Democrat down.
His best buds, the Nelk Boys. Who do I know that like made fun of the Nelk Boys? I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Nick is not green.
On the ballot for statewide and local races? Yeah. But it doesn't matter because his audience has not seen that, because his audience doesn't care. His audience doesn't know the truth, and many in his audience don't seem to care about the truth. They're so washed away in the petty grievances that this man has. That's what's so sad about it. It's like we don't have a lot of progressive spaces, okay? There aren't that many outwardly progressive content creators out there, outwardly progressive commentators out there, okay? So it's sad to see a relatively large audience of somewhat progressive individuals turning around and just taking the most reactionary position on Israel because their favorite content creator has been crying victim for a year now. But now he's stuck because he farmed all of the anti-Hasan people. And the moment that he stops talking about me, they're not going to give a about his goofs and gaffes. He already eradicated his audience that cared about the goofs and gaffes by fatiguing them with endless amounts of on content. Sure, maybe a decent 30% of your base actually also came on board with the on content and they think I'm a vile human being because your subreddit is basically turned into the Hasan snark page now. It's Destiny 2, okay? But the moment that you move on to a different target, they're going to go away. I don't know if he'll stop talking about you. I don't think he will, but it's okay. He's just going to keep lying over and over again in more insane ways. It is what it is. It's also extra.
Comparing Nick to Nick Green to Ethan is fucked up. I didn't compare him. I just like somehow saw maybe a Nick Green video that I thought
funny that
was H3
actively brigade shit, but then they also
it's a very different format, isn't it?
He literally they forced a journalist to go private after writing an article about me because Ethan Klein posted on his Instagram story like a goddamn coward again, okay, crying about a positive article that came out about me on Slate. Ridiculous. I know he worked with Dan Saltman, Sex Pestini's doxing brigadier general for his nuke, and that's why it was dog and it flopped. Have fun suing Reddit mods, dude. I'm sure that'll make people like you. He got the views though. Come on, dog. His Keemstar nuke was like 6 million. He literally activated his inactive channel to try and farm more people to the cause. All he did was remind people that they were subscribed to his old channel, and then subsequently unsubscribe. Cried about me not watching his content puke. I still, after all is said and done, I still wish Ethan well. I want him to get better because I think that there is still a kind individual deep down inside. Okay?
Deep down inside.
But I think that this past year has completely bricked his brain. He literally thinks like people calling him a Zionist is the most anti-Semitic thing he's ever heard when,
Oh shit, so this is an extended Stunlock chat. This is the video content nuke part 2 by Disinformation Tracker. That I think it's confusing because it's called part 2, but there's only one video on that channel, so I think it's just like that this is supposed to be part 2 or something. This is the sequel. I don't know, but it basically debunks Ethan. It's a content. It's an anti-nuclear missile or something.
He's just defending
an interceptor.
Israel over and over again. Not directly defending Israel and saying like Israel's the greatest nation on the planet, even though he did do that when he said he was going to go to Israel. Okay. But defending Israel nonetheless by attacking every vocal advocate of Palestinians and calling them all terrorists. Like, sure, he's not doing, I hope your beeper goes off.
I saw that, Biva. What the fuck was up with that? The Israel embassy in Thailand had released guidelines to tell Israelis how to behave. Yeah, I don't know. There was some pretty specific, like, don't do this thing that, like, you would think that nobody would ever do. It's kind of the vibe of that, those guidelines.
Okay.
Anyway, chat, we gotta make sure to cover.
Also, like a Ethan Klein head. Like, do I address the Islamophobia? Like, how did this happen? What is going?
We gotta cover Asmongold, who I guess Amaouranth has been watching Asmongold. Amaouranth has become radicalized, and Amaouranth does not look good. Amaouranth does not look like she is okay. Like, there is something seriously wrong with Amaouranth. I don't know if I've got the video. I might have to show you that tomorrow. I thought I had a hold of the video.
What's going on with like progressive content creators? Like, what the hell is happening? Anyway, what is this? This is Sean the Black getting harassed? Is that what it is?
You're a ass. Okay, I can say that. It's not slander. You're a on. I can say that, and it's not slander. I can say that statistically, your people are dumber than other people, and that's not slander either.
Okay.
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, what?
Yeah, chat. That is a former Twitch streamer who got banned. I think in some conflict with Sean DeBlack, and is on YouTube now with a channel that's like under 100 subs, and just like saying the most unhinged shit.
Happened? Like, did Ethan Kleiners become just like did they just go back to the old like N-word compilation? Is that what's happening? It's just edgy humor, dude. Yeah, why you gotta be mad, bro? I don't understand. That dude got a 7-day ban from Twitch. No, I don't understand. I don't understand how you can look like this, okay? Because you're putting out vibes that you're supposed to be progressive. Am I crazy? When I see a person that looks like this, I don't think they're just going to go, your people are statistically low IQ, okay? This is...
I don't know, Chet. Could he be a groiper?
You know.
Where did this guy... Anybody know where this guy came from?
The Lord works.
Is he like an Ethan fan? What's his deal? Amaouranth was so bad, Morgpie felt the need to come out and make a statement to disavow them? Damn.
In mysterious ways, okay? I don't understand. I don't understand how we got to a point in American political discourse where like a person that in the year 2016 would be yelling at you over a microaggression, okay, is now being like, your people are statistically low IQ to a black content creator. That is crazy. How did this happen? When did this happen? Also, it's so funny because like Twitch will literally ban someone for making a hummus joke, okay, and act like it's the most anti-Semitic thing for 30 goddamn days, capitulating to the ADL, which is an apartheid defense institution, and then dudes on the platform would turn around being like, yeah, your people are statistically low IQ.
Okay.
Oh, this is a YouTube streamer? Okay, my bad.
Always talks about how
Okay, my bad. No disrespect, Twitch. Didn't realize Americans are statistically low IQ too. Yeah. If I see black nail polish on a dude now, I know I'm about to be hate crime. No, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make no damn sense. You can't look like this and then also say stuff like that. Okay?
Wait, unless he's...
You can't. What the hell is going on? They are...
Unless he's like one of those guys that calls everybody friend. Do you think he's one of those baby talking groipers, maybe?
Streaming on YouTube because they got banned on Twitch. Oh, he said today he is openly Islamophobic. I don't even know. I feel like we've officially arrived at a point where, you know, the ship has too many holes in it. I don't know which hole to plug. Like, I don't know where to start with a conversation like this. Do I address the like obvious race science, like faulty race science that this person is engaging in? Okay. Do I try to address the fact that like this dude looks progressive? Like, I think they're progressive, but all of a sudden they're saying some of the most like Nazi shit I've ever seen. They're also like a Ethan Klein head. Like,
oh, they are an Ethan head. Damn.
Do I address the Islamophobia? Like, how did this happen? What is going on with like progressive content creators? Like, what the hell is happening? Why are they like this? Just another example why grifting to the left doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, it's giving conservatism is punk. Yesterday, did you cover how the right wants to only allow some social media outlets to cover White House press conferences? Want to check the VOD if you did? I think briefly I talked about it. He is not progressive. He is a gaming anime guy. But I don't get it. You can't look like... If you look like this, I suspect you're progressive, okay? I suspect you're like woke as a pejorative, okay? Am I crazy? Like, am I too old? Has the world passed me by? I feel like if I see someone looking like this, I'm like, okay, that's a progressive person, okay? That's such a progressive person. They're going to stress me out about something that they think I'm lacking in terms of like not being woke enough on an issue. Like, this is a new type of person that we have unlocked again at the Hasan Piker broadcast. Like, how do we unlock a new person, a new type? Looks are deceiving. No, I agree. No, this is just thinking hippies all look woke. This is a very specific look, okay? This is a very specific, like, I have a non-binary roommate that doesn't clean the goddamn dishes type of look, okay? This is a very, like, I'm in a polyamorous relationship look. It's not like, this isn't just like, oh, this person's a hippie, so I assume they were woke. Like, this is a unironically very specific type of look. I mean, if you can be an alpha male conservative looking leftist, why can't we have a fruity looking racist? Well, the reason why is because, like, would you think this guy would call you a slur? Oh no. Yo, why do you have to do that? Nah, he looks libertarian. No. The aesthetics of leftism are really appealing to shitty people that are too cowardly to be upfront, have conviction in their beliefs. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I guess you guys are right. People do look at me and go, that guy's a bro. That guy's a bro and definitely, oh yeah, we already watched this on stream. That guy's a bro and definitely problematic. You know, they slap me with that shit all the time. So, you know, I guess, yeah, you can have like...
Wait, this YouTuber called Sean a Muslim Zionist at one point? What the fuck?
They're presenting fascists. But like a very specific type of queer presenting fascists.
Yeah, I noticed that, Ophelia. I don't enjoy catching a stray as a polyamorous person. Yeah, I feel like, yeah.
Where they're not like there's gay fascists out there, plenty of them, right? This is something different. Yeah, we're going to get to Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos. Don't worry. All right? Don't you worry. This is your standard QAnon vape shop employee, Y'all Kada QAnon in Texas. Wait, where's the post? I missed it. There's some utility to having a bro aesthetic, but espousing leftist and progressive ideals. What the fuck does that person gain from giving they them fascist? Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Because like every other fascist person is gonna look at you and be like, "You're gay, dude. I don't want to listen to you. You're gay as fuck." You know? What do you got? Them neo pronouns? I don't give a fuck. Okay. My pronouns are I don't and give a fuck. That type of shit. He hit the same Hitler card as Fulcrum, apparently. Yo, I forgot to mention that the other day.
Chat, do you remember Fulcrum?
Do you guys remember the Fulcrum kid who was like
Yodi gang?
Faded than a hoe. Like he would just like hit the vape. He would hit the pen. That dude apparently took an insane turn, dude. He got fucking full Nazi.
He got
full Nazi.
He got faded than a Nazi.
Dude, how did that happen? And in such a short period of time, how in the ever-loving hell did that happen? Hold on. What is this new Amaouranth?
Yeah.
Also called brainworms. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, that one
rip,
is like pretty
rip indeed.
Don't give the right too much credit for when Fulcrum was already a weird
rip indeed
and is starting into videos. Hold on. I gotta show you this. Like he didn't just go like a little bit Nazi. He was like posting.
Chat, did Hasan end up watching any of the Amaouranth clips? I've got a clip of Amaouranth on order. We might have to get to it tomorrow. I really wanted to show it to you tonight because it's kind of wild if you haven't seen it.
The most insane shit. Oh, he got banned, I think, already. But he was basically saying the K word, the anti-Jewish K word, over and over again. and just like posting it over and over again until he gets like banned.
The Benjamin.
And then I looked.
The Benjamin.
I looked at his profile for a second and I was shocked. I was horrified by like what had happened. And I think
Fulcrum is the guy that would go to like a Wendy's or something and be like, yo, we're getting faded than a hoe at a Wendy's. Obliterated. Or wait, no, like obliterated. Or did he say like obliviated? Like he was the guy. His whole thing was he would vape in inappropriate places and just film what happens. Y'all, I didn't know I can't vape in a Walmart. Damn, I can't hit the Benjamin in a Walmart.
Like, no.
What's this world coming to? He would ask the people that worked there to like, do you want to hit you want to take a blinker with me?
I don't think he got laced, okay? I don't think he got laced. I think he just hung out with Aiden Ross. Hasan, you are not tapped in at all. He's been racist. No, but I'm saying like when he was popping 2 to 3 years ago or whatever, he seemed like a relatively normal, like relatively kind dude. This, on the other hand, is
no, that's so bad.
I don't know how to explain. I guess it was like 5 years ago.
Yeah, he was in Yodi land. He was permanently in Yodi land, and then he somehow went to Hitler land. So somehow Hitler land is right there next to Yodi land.
When he was like Yodi gang, like, oh, I'm just gonna hit the vape
Benjamin button.
Fuck. And then he just like he hit too many blinkers. No, I think basically what happened is like he started linking up with like Aiden Ross and all of them and like went to kick and then just like went crazy. I mean, but this is like schizo posting. You know what I mean? Andrew Tate, Aiden Ross has bricked the brains of an entire fucking generation. I swear to God, dude. I don't know how we will ever.
Did you hear that fucking Andrew Tate was landing in Florida? I don't know what's going on, but like DeSantis gave a speech and you got the feeling like he wasn't welcome there. Like DeSantis wasn't happy that they sent. Did Trump get him off the charges in Romania? Is that what happened?
Ever. I do not know how we are going to go back and try to fix these people. I think they've just, I think they've done
Was that the kick streamer? Hanging out with a kick streamer, went to Walmart and Phoenix sprayed a bug spray all over the food and streamed himself doing it? I don't know. I didn't watch the downfall. You know, I feel like he got banned on YouTube. Is that what happened? He used to do his thing on YouTube. That shit has Bannon all over it. Maybe Bannon's trying to get back in Trump's good graces. DeSantis learned from the media about it? Thanks to Barron. Barron's the one that likes Andrew Tate.
Imaginable amounts of damage. Gen Z is so cooked. It's crazy. It's just crazy because like they never. How do you explain Amaouranth though? Is it just kick? No, man. It's grift. It's grift. Okay, it's grift. Everybody understands that. Like, look, content creators, especially those who don't necessarily care about politics all that much, can still read the goddamn tea leaves. Okay, they recognize that there's a growing right-wing movement, and they recognize that it's very easy to farm right-wingers. It's that simple. Right-wingers are not particularly intelligent, and they just want to hear the same things that they believe, and they just want to hear that back. They want to hear things that they agree to be reiterated over and over again. And it's the easiest thing to do. That's why so many content creators, when their content was like getting dull, hit that. First, they hit the fuck Hasan button, and then they hit the fuck the LGBT button. Okay, it's just not shocking. At least at this stage, it's not shocking. It's like it's something that people do all the time. Like, how do you go from? Are you saying I can get rich doing that? Okay, don't. As a big fan from long ago, it is kind of frustrating when chatters say that colleague of yours sucks ass and you insist on good faithing them and scream at us. just for them down the line to show their true colors. Not saying it's the wrong approach, but that it feels weird, and I don't know what would be the sensible solution. I mean, you can be more of a hardliner. I'm still gonna fucking maintain my. I'm still always going to maintain my position. You know, I'm always gonna try to be as charitable as possible to people until they just, you know, go completely insane. That's just how I do it, you know? But yeah, where is it? This is like, it was on my community. This is like 9. Amaouranth says that the LGBTQA activists shown here would have been burnt during the LA fires. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is this? What is happening? What's going on? This person had like a...
Yeah, it's Amouranth watching an Asmongold video. Asmon's watching a city council meeting. And they're a bunch of, you know, people that are angry about, you know, Trump's executive orders. And Asmongold is just like
a horse rescue or something. She's been in my house.
Isn't that sick? It's bad enough that he's like, you know, he's like celebrating Trump and all this shit. It's bad enough that he's celebrating it when people are getting hurt, but the fact that he's like looking for the people who are reacting to being hurt to make fun of, to rub it the fuck in, that's fucking gross. And here's Amouranth reduced to, I don't know what the fuck this is. Reacting to Asmongold? That is just...
Out of 10, figure out exactly why they're saying...
This is, in many ways, no different than when Elon Musk hits the fucking sick Heil, other people do it too, and it normalizes that kind of attitude. It normalizes...
So he literally thinks that Amouranth is just doing this to grift.
That kind of politics. And it's precisely the same thing that's happening here, okay? Asmongold says a bunch of unhinged shit, and he's popping off. Other content creators see that, as I've told you before.
When did this happen, Queen Bee? When did Asmongold beef with food shops?
And they respond to it. They see that and they go, ooh, I can get in on this as well. You know, have you ever considered that some of these people aren't grifting and that they actually do have the Hitlerian dog in them? It doesn't matter. Whether they're grifting or not doesn't fucking matter. You can have a dude who has like unhinged...
Isn't Asmon huge on Twitch right now? Yes.
Fucking politics. But ultimately their output is what is most important here, okay? If they have unhinged politics privately...
Yeah, Asmon has done what no chud has been able to do in a really long time. That's get all the Trumpies on Twitch into your chat. That maybe used to happen, I think, back in the day, but it was before I was... Like, I don't have any direct experience with that forum that Twitch took. I don't know when that was, like 2016 or something, 2017. But a lot of these fuckers got banned, right? A lot of these people broke terms of service. They got banned and they went to Kick or wherever, right? Aiden Ross, you know, Aiden Ross kind of like left Twitch before he even really went proper right wing, didn't he? So there's just not like, I mean, it's kind of new. It's kind of old and it's kind of new.
It's usually going to come out. But what matters is what they're saying, because they're content creators. They have platforms, they have influence, they have prominence, they have audience members who love them. They have audience members who will be swayed by their attitude. Okay? I don't give a shit if they're genuinely in this regard.
Oh shit. Wait. Food Shops was doing a bunch of videos on Rev and Asmon, and doesn't Asmon kind of agree with Rev on the short stack issue? First Rev replied, then Asmon watched Rev's reply to her. Who was covering this the other day, Queen Bee? Was it Queeman?
I don't give a shit if they're genuinely on.
Somebody was covering this on stream.
Bored with these politics, or if they're just simply doing it for the grift. The only reason why I care about the intentionality in this argument is like whether or not I can convince them not to do it. Okay?
What they're saying.
Give the crazies all of California. It's already land of fruits and nuts. Yeah, we can give them California. I'm fine with that.
So I feel like this video doesn't even show like I don't know. I saw more of this stream, and Amaouranth is not all right. Amaouranth is not okay. I don't know what's going on with Amaouranth, but
They can live in LA. It's fine.
It has been 1 month since Southern California.
Wait, but why would food shops disagree with Asmon and like? Don't they all kind of agree? Aren't they all pro short stack goblin?
Exploded in a dead, fierce fire
They can have
tore through
that.
the Palisades and beyond. Just a few hours later, on the other side of LA County,
fine with me.
another deadly fire breaks out, the Eaton Fire. Brace your
This is also like such a lame way to be like, oh, they're burning in hell. Like, I mean, it's an implication. It's not even like direct. Just, you know.
across Altadena and Pasadena. The two fires charred more than 37,000
Right there.
acres,
They can all live-
destroyed
that sounds
over
like a lovely
16,000
community.
structures, and cost 29 people their lives.
Too bad it didn't cause the right people their lives.
Months ago, she became an Asmongold watcher. Her biggest hits include saying that deportations are like
Oh, they were arguing about politics. Okay, I'm sorry for assuming that Food Shops was a one-dimensional content creator.
evil people going to hell. Trans people should
So they weren't talking about short stacks.
have access to HRT because it's unnatural being part of the deplatforming campaign, etc. I know this is drama, but I wanted to make people and well-meaning streamers who I like aware, like Mike from PA and others. Right-wing streamer radicalism. Step 1, go to Hasan's house. Step 2, get divorced. Step 3, watch Asmongold once. No, I promise you two things. One, if there wasn't such a fucking high density of hogs that were looking for hog content, right-wing content, what the fuck's going on with my camera today? If there wasn't such a high density of hogs that were like literally looking desperately for some kind of hog content on Twitch, which led to a massive amount of people gravitating towards it.
This is what I'm talking about. There's been hogs on Twitch for a really long time, but I feel like they didn't have a place to congregate. They couldn't choose. It's like when you and your friends, you want to get something to eat, but nobody can agree on what somebody wants a burger, somebody wants to go to a Mexican place, somebody wants pizza, right? And so you end up splitting up into like groups of 2 or 3. Right, that's what was going on with the right wingers on Twitch, and then with Asmongold, basically when he covered the election, they have had a very clear place to congregate, and especially if they are on board with Asmongold's take about about video game titties, etc. Right, if they're similarly inclined to all the video games are too woke shit.
Asmongold and Asmongold getting like fucking 50K every day doing right-wing commentary. None of these motherfuckers would do this, okay?
Once he dropped from OTK, is that when she started watching?
Just wouldn't. That's it. For a lot of people, it's not like a genuinely held perspective. For many of them, they just don't care. It comes from a place of like, I don't really give a shit. I don't really necessarily give a shit about politics, but I see that this is like getting clout. And the perfect example I can give you is when the most prominent voice of politics on the platform before this last round was myself. Back then.
Yeah, that does seem to be the audience she's chasing.
Did you think that every single streamer was hyper woke? I mean, there are plenty of streamers who were, but there were a lot of streamers who didn't necessarily give a shit, but basically played ball with that kind of politics. I think a lot of people in this community, because we're so intentional and so hyper aware of politics that...
what's wild though is that Tate has jumped the shark. Like, he can come back to streaming. I don't think he's going to have like that, like, effect of seeding right-wing culture that he used to. I don't think it's going to be the same. I feel like Tate has jumped the shark. I feel like a lot of right-wingers are in danger of jumping the shark. Rogan's having trouble.
Creators in their fucking communities of...
he's still got a hell of a lot more viewers, but...
apolitical people don't just like swing in every direction simply because, that gains them more prominence.
Amaouranth was always this way. She just didn't want to be obvious until she went to kick.
Okay. That is it. In many circumstances, that's precisely what's going on. Yeah. The reason I think that there was a baseline wokeness at Twitch was partially because whatever crime or hater. Wait, what? Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah. Whatever baseline.
It's like we missed out on the trampoline goal.
Wokeness existed in the ether happened because of a reaction to Donald Trump. A lot of Gen Zers and their first foray into politics was resisting or reacting against Donald Trump, right?
We still have a chance of hitting that bonus content. We're at 50% right now. I'd give it a 50-50 chance. What's winning? More Ethan seething. Yeah, there is more Ethan seething. There was a whole section of that VOD that we didn't even watch yet, so we could go back to that if you want. That's what the voters are choosing now. At least 153 of you who have voted so far. If you haven't, make sure to cast that vote. Make your voice heard. In second place, we have TYT sweeping for Destiny. In third place, Hasan on Bad Hasbra. And in last place, we have Stephen A. Smith on Pod Save America. So you can affect the poll by voting if you haven't already. When you vote, make sure to leave a like. The other way you can affect the poll is when you donate, you make the dono goal go forward. And if we get to 100% by the end of the stream, we'll do some bonus content. It'll be one of these things. Which thing? Well, it depends on what you vote for. And it also depends on when you donate. If you tell me which of the topics you want to put your donation behind, and I will put your money where your mouth is, turning your donation into a percentage, which I will add to the topic of your choice, maybe even helping it win. It's pretty close tonight. We got 6 points separating the number 1 option from the number 2 option.
So they were woke. They were really woke. They were fucking rad libs. I even would regularly tell Minecraft stands to just like dial it back where they were going crazy. But basically, it swung in the opposite direction. And then the next wave of young people were annoyed at Brandon and the Democratic Party. And in that process, there were a lot of content creators who hit the, fuck this woke nonsense button over and over again. And, they did that when their clout was going down. And they got rewarded for it, which led to a bunch of other content creators who saw that and went, oh, I want to do that too. That's it. It will most likely swing back in the opposite direction again, but it's still annoying that there is a...
What is that hat? I can't tell what it says. Oh, Waleed's Kebab and Grill.
There's a government that is also enforcing this kind of insane agenda, right? 2016 barely had any left streamers. I unfortunately fell down the conservative rabbit hole 12 years old because the amount of right-wingers there were on YouTube. Yeah, I know. I'm saying that I'm saying that changed though post 2016. There was some content. Bro, is it the hat? Is that what it is?
Yeah, Narwhal, you're right. Thumbs are amazing. Thumbs are really I don't know if chat knows. Like, look, if it's just you putting your thumb, if it's just you hitting the like button, yeah, you're right. That's just one person, and it doesn't make that much of a difference. But it's like if we all hit the like button, then it really starts to change the dynamic. YouTube starts to send the stream to more and more people and be like, you get a thumbnail, you get a thumbnail, you get a thumbnail. So, yeah, much appreciation to my thumb gang, better than the Yodi gang. You may not be fated than a hoe, but maybe that's a good thing.
What's going on? This fucking thing is, the camera is like busted today. I gotta take the hat off, I think. Ay, ay, ay. Annoying. Nope, I took the hat off and it's still having a hard time focusing. Out of nowhere, today is the
I thought he was upset about his hair.
day that it decides to break. The autofocus. What makes you think
It actually looks better now.
will swing back in a leftward direction? Just that's how usually things work. Like I said, it's a lot of people just basically react to whatever the fuck's happening. If I become a right-wing creator for money, will you not hate me? I will. I will despise you. Okay? Yeah, don't do that. Anyway, yo, what the fuck were you doing at the Twinks for Harris convention last night? We're trying to circle the wagons and have like some serious resistance against this growing fucking fascist movement. That's what I was doing. Anyway, there is no kids left content creator. I know. These young Trumpers have also never voted in years where their job prospects and salaries have gone up considerably. They haven't experienced austerity as grown-ass adults. I saw Majority Report defending Hakeem Jeffries and it made me sad. What? No, they didn't. Majority Report would never defend Hakeem Jeffries. I don't think Hakeem Jeffries has ever done...
I think it's like the opposite.
Hakeem Jeffries has ever done anything that is defensible. Mr. Weeks, not Majority Report? Who's Mr. Weeks? Oh, I saw MR and I didn't understand. Here is a full take.
Wait, how is it Mr. Weeks? I have no idea what that is. William Corwin says, I liked the stream. Thank you, William Corwin.
Talk VOD. Yeah, they were...
That's a good thing.
Probably clowning on Jeffries. Anyway, Donald Trump holds his first cabinet meeting of his second term, which streamed about an hour ago. We'll start there, of course, and...
Let's take a look at what's going on with xQc.
The general population feels this way, but then the general population votes a different way. And you're like, well, I think you're just wrong. I mean,
I do think they're wrong. I think they're wrong. If tomorrow there was a vote to say we should enslave all black people and the democratic process went through, black people are 13%.
Wait, he used to work for what? Is TF Teddy Fresh?
Anyway, but there is definitely a right-wing takeover. And here's xQc responding to what I had to say earlier, like what I had to say yesterday. xQc reacting to me, calling out Asmongold for the rise of right-wing sentiment that's making waves in streaming. And the reason why I talked about this is because like Amouranth and many other content creators that previously were like seemingly socially conscious or somewhat progressive are now openly saying like unhinged right-wing shit. Okay, Amaouranth made inferences to like, you know, LGBTQ activists dying in the California wildfires, right? And you look bad smelling. I smell amazing. But regardless, xQc responds to that. So,
I mean, he smells better than Ethan, considering he doesn't have a problem with giardia in his house.
Let's take a look at what he had to say about it. Wait, why is there no...
people voted for Trump. Okay. Bro, regardless of what we were saying, okay, look at the amount of votes. Imagine saying it. The general population feels this way, but then the general population votes a different way.
Wait, I think he misunderstood my point. No, I understand that right-wing sentiment is very popular. xQc thinks I don't understand that. No, I actually do understand that. I talk about it all the time. I disagree with the popular sentiment. And I also predict that once the impact of the Trump administration's actions are felt by broader subsects of American society, then they will start realizing that it's no longer a good thing. The reality of the matter is, it's not necessarily that...
Chat, I wonder how much of it is your lighting that makes you look good smelling, and how much of it is your camera. That's the classic
Donald Trump
quandary.
Was incredibly popular. It was more so that the Democratic Party was incredibly unpopular.
Izzy Sanchi super chatted $5. xQc is the perfect example of peasant brain. He is one of those clowns that failed up sadly to...
He did, yeah. And I wonder how much of that is just being in the right place at the right time, or being, you know, somebody who was at Twitch back in the day and you just were fairly consistent and stayed, and, you know, like how much is like personality, talent, you know, choice of programming.
Popular, right? And
but either way, Ezzy Sanchez, thank you for the super chat.
This obviously... I mean, this has been the case for many instances throughout history where we look back and go, yeah, these were really incredibly violent things that we did to other people. Slavery was popular. I mean, sentiment in Germany was popular. It doesn't mean that it's correct. Okay? He simultaneously says you grift to the left because it's popular, while also saying right-wing...
Yeah, can you imagine in the future? Like, I feel like that's something that Elon Musk would invent. I feel like he'd invent some kind of smell-o-vision.
Are more popular. Yeah.
Like that's Elon's thing, is solving problems that don't really exist, that aren't really problems.
It doesn't make sense. It obviously doesn't make sense. But my point is, yes, the right-wing agenda brought forward by Donald Trump is very popular right now. And I talk about this extensively. I talk about this every single day. It's because a lot of...
You know what's funny? The thing I've noticed is that the more I sweat, the less I smell. Is that weird, chat? Is that a paradox? But it makes sense, right? Because if you're sweating a lot, if you're exercising a lot and you sweat a lot, then whatever is in your armpits that makes you smell, maybe that's like diluted out. Or if there's like bad bacteria, you're like washing them away. I don't know.
People interpret the Trump administration as like doing something, doing anything, rather than keeping the regular order of business in line, because a lot of people demanded a shake.
Like the kind of sweat that really stinks is sweat that you sweat when you're nervous. You know what I'm saying? Nervous sweat smells horrible. But exercise sweat doesn't really...
Wake up, right?
I don't know. Am I tripping?
That's it. A lot of people demanded a shakeup, and Donald Trump's approval ratings show that. Because they voted for Donald Trump and
Dr. Farnsworth's smelloscope, is that from Futurama?
Trump won because he was the mallet that would destroy the American government. Because for a lot of people, after years and years...
Ooh, alcohol sweats.
And social safety nets diminishing and the quality...
Alcohol sweats, that does sound bad. Smell like a fresh onion when I sweat. What is a flop sweat? What exactly is flop sweat? Is that stress sweat? Oh yeah, dirty gym clothes will definitely smell, but like it just feels like, as far as BO, the worst I've ever had it is when I wasn't exercising that much and I was nervous about a test. Like I had to take a test that day and I was like, wow.
Quality of life.
And then you get nervous about smelling bad. It's like it feeds into, it's a vicious cycle.
Relative quality of life getting, in spite of the reality that technological advancements have made us feel as though our lives are getting better. Okay? The relative quality of life has worsened in the United States of America. Productivity has gone up, whereas wages have remained stagnant. They have not adjusted to the productivity. This is at the heart of capitalism. And a lot of income inequality exists in this country to the same degrees that it existed in the Gilded Age. These are the reasons as to why many people feel uncertainty about their future. They're angry, they're resentful, they hate these institutions, and they thought
gym clothes have to ferment in a bag? Oh my God, yeah.
That Donald Trump was going to break these institutions. And Donald Trump is breaking these institutions, but not in the direction that actually fixes these institutions and fixes the problems that people actually experience, but in a way that will worsen. Okay? Calling every single person in stream over 55,000 people, he's not venting.
Wait, so maybe the bacteria like to eat your sweat when you're nervous, but I don't know.
That behavior is exactly what the elite want you to do. They want you to alienate everyone that can be brought over to our cause. They want you to fracture and isolate. You're being too emotional. What are you talking about? The number doesn't matter. They believe what they... Okay, these guys are yapping amongst themselves. There are...
Yo, Steven Sayers with the super sticker of the Shiba dog practicing karate. Thank you, Steven Sayers.
Arguing amongst themselves. I'm not going to read it. But so there is no point where there's no point where I've ever said that like right-wing sentiment and right-wing policies right now are not perceived as a overall good thing and people are actually in support of it. They have a much better way of marketing the things that they're doing that is in line with a lot of people's misunderstandings, the broader population's misunderstandings about the federal government. People don't like the government. They hate it, especially since the Reagan era. People have been
Epic chat tonight. Mr. Hands, diarrhea, and sweat.
Government and
anti-sweatstiny
taxation for that reason. I mean, Americans have always been anti-tax, but at least like when you compare it to European countries, like nobody likes to pay taxes, but at least in European countries with more expansive social safety nets, there's this collective understanding that like the money that you're giving back to the government is going to something that will inevitably help you down the line or help others down the line. We don't have that mentality here because the government has never worked in this country, or at least we have completely lost our confidence in the government ever doing something right by us. Okay. And decades of neoliberalism have ruined the federal government. No concept that like the money that you're giving back to the IRS that is going into the government coffers.
So is it that like is football extra smelly because of all the equipment? Like the sweat gets on the equipment and that's what makes it gross?
They're actually going to fix the potholes or fix education, right? Or improve your infrastructure, improve your access to the internet, improve your internet bandwidth. None of that is a thing that we believe anymore. We just notice that everything is getting worse and worse all around us, right? And we think to ourselves, well, these guys, these are corporatist elites, break their backs. And when someone comes along and says, I'm the guy who's going to break their backs, I'm your leader, I'm going to do it, yeah, people think it's good. What they fail to recognize, however, is that Donald Trump is breaking the government in a way that will harm people. Okay? This is my...
I mean, I can't relate to the mat thing. I guess, wait, so wrestling mat, that's like a different kind of mat. Like, I've always, doing stuff like Muay Thai, I've always had a mat it's not the thick foam mat that you get with wrestling. I've always had the mat that is the, it's like the rubbery one. Like, there's like a tessellation and you just like lock them into each other it's like that kind of mat. Like that's the kind of mat I've always. But yeah, and that one was constantly cleaned. Like as soon as a class is over, the mat gets cleaned. As soon as a new one's, yeah, it's just like constantly.
Disagreement. So the popularity or the popular perception.
I love that Hasan is talking politics and we're discussing sweat. Yes.
Perception of Trump's policies right now does not change this dynamic for me at all. I am very well aware.
Yeah, I don't like wrestling mats. I don't think I'd do good on the. I think maybe I've had one class that was on like the thicker, foamier mats.
And it is my job, I think, as a political commentator, to explain why these policies are harmful to the broader American public, and that's what I do every day. But in terms of right-wing sentiment becoming more and more popular in spaces like this one, okay, that is, or at least like content creators pushing right-wing sentiment, is because of social perception. Unless they personally had a change of heart that dramatically changed everyone's opinions, including Amouranth, right? They're farming. That's all I was saying. It's a concept that everybody understands. It's called grifting. It's called farming. There are a lot of right-wing content creators out there. There are a lot of right-wingers out there that want to hear from right-wing content creators. It doesn't take too much to say the right-wing things that people will immediately give you positive feedback on. And that's precisely the reason why people do it. It's a grift. It's a concept that xQc understands very well. I think he literally says, I have grifted to the left for years and years and years. So I think he probably understands that, right? Or perhaps maybe he thinks you can only grift to the left, which is hilarious because very clearly it's much easier to grift to the right. If I were to be a grifter and these weren't my genuine opinions that I've defended for a decade now,
he would be Hank Becker.
I would probably become a right-winger and just, get a kick contract. It's not that hard.
People voted for Trump.
Narwhal_by super chatted $10. Stress sweat comes from apocrine glands which have more secretions for bacteria to feed on, as opposed to epicrine glands for heat, exercise sweat. The more ya know.
Wait, so apocrine glands versus exocrine glands?
Good. Bro, regardless of what we were saying, again, look at the amount of votes.
I'm just trying to think of the evolutionary advantage that a nasty sweat when you're nervous is that like to signify to other humans that like there's a predator? Like you start smelling sweat and you're like, oh shit, somebody's getting chased down by a predator. I don't know. Is that how it? I don't know how it's supposed to work. Like, what would be the purpose for that?
Men saying the general population feels this way, but then the general population votes a different way, and you're like, well, I think you're just wrong. I mean,
I do think they're wrong. I think they're wrong. If tomorrow there was a vote to say we should enslave all black people, and the democratic process went through, black people are 13% of the population.
Thank you for the super chat, Norwell by nature.
And people were, all these Americans voted for that. I would say it's wrong, right? And it's not even just, but the reason why I'm using it as an example is because,
ooh, if you start doing exercise when you get stressed, will your sweat switch to the less bad kind? That's a good question.
That was the general sentiment for the longest time. Like even during the civil rights movement, in the aftermath of Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination, his disapproval rating was at 66%. He was overwhelmingly unpopular in the eyes of Americans. Many decades later, after
to let your coworkers know when your boss is near. There we go.
A decent amount of whitewashing about his past, about his ideological leanings. Now, Martin Luther King is incredibly unpopular.
Oh, wait, that's a good one. Isaiah says maybe hawks or whatever ate our little ape ancestors didn't like swamp ass. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there's many animals that do a stinky, emit some kind of stinkiness to when they get
historical figure. My point is, it doesn't necessarily matter what the wishes of the masses are. Having said that, however, okay, my point is that I also do suspect that down the line, once Trump's, evisceration of the administrative state comes to fruition and people start noticing that the government is simply not working at all, even like the remaining parts of the government that used to work is not working, and the American quality of life is truly worse, then they will get resentful and angry. That's it. This has happened historically with all kinds of policy, for the record. This is not unique to Donald Trump in general. After all, one of the greatest examples I can point to is abortion. Many Americans that said that they were on board with restricting abortion very quickly turned around and said, oh my God, we were wrong. We actually don't want to limit that much. We just want to limit abortion this much. Like they basically clawed back and directly democratically voted by overwhelming numbers whenever it was presented as an option on a ballot to restore and enshrine protections in their state constitutions. So why did they do that in states that overwhelmingly voted? They did that because a lot of people don't understand the immediate impact of policy until it actually harms them, until it hurts them. Okay? Yeah, buyer's remorse.
What are we talking about here? I'm confused. You cannot say the general population doesn't like.
Ethan is wiping poo-poo on his face to fend off the lefties. I mean, with me, that'll work. I won't go near a poop face.
And then the general population.
So much of
a poop face, Ethan.
So much of my naysayers, unironically, just go, I didn't understand what he's saying. I'm confused, but you must be wrong. You're arguing against a position that I have not presented. I'm not saying that Donald Trump's policies right now are broadly considered unpopular. But yeah, I don't think you understand.
Vision votes for somebody to be in office that holds those views. So who are you talking to? Like, who is the general population? Is it the residents of California? Is it the big cities' online personalities? Is it people that are on Facebook? Is it the Twitter Andes? No.
Do cats find stress sweat unpleasant? Maybe ancestral big cats don't like Abercrombie sweat. My cat always likes stinky things. Like anything that smells bad, my cat is like super interested in.
Stop saying the general population.
Also, especially in the United States of America, the majority opinion is not necessarily the majority of the voting public. And that's the other side of this.
Certain foods and spices can change your body odor. Yeah, like fenugreek.
As well, especially because of electoral college and many other reasons, like the plurality of people, at least historically, the plurality of people don't vote. Yeah. 64% of the US voted and Trump won 49% of that vote. Exactly. But that doesn't matter either. Fair is fair. Trump fairly and squarely won the election. Okay, he did. Too big to rig, baby. He did.
That's what it is.
Really give a shit about.
I've been seeing more and more people question that. Now, there's the one like obvious question, which is what would the results of the election be without voter suppression, without Republicans actively eliminating people from the rolls? And the answer seems to be, as with many elections, that the Republican would not have won in that case. That being said, this is the shit that happens literally every election, and so it's kind of like, I mean, you know, you can take that moral victory. It just doesn't do you much good when it comes to the laws that are being passed.
About politics, too big to rig.
That is.
But then there's another theory that I saw just recently that it looks at the statistics, and it's not making a conclusive claim, but looking at the statistics of the...
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Hasan is right. Many apathetic PPL treat politics as sports teams and don't know that these sports teams they support create policies that will harm them.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. It's exactly like that. Instead of really going through and, you know, forming a worldview of what they think is what they want the world to be, they're kind of like, they get inculcated. And sometimes it's as easy as like your parents. Like I know somebody who, nicest person in the world, and still like a good friend of mine to this day, but her dad is a Republican politician, and that's all that she needs to know that she supports Trump. I don't know if she still does. Maybe she changed, but she definitely supported him the first time around.
And then he continues to talk about like Asmongold's perspective or something. I don't understand, but
I disagree. I think holding the view that is the more popular does give you the more popularity. I think like another little hint of projection. If you hold leftist views in areas that are very outrage heavy and leftist, you get a lot of notoriety and you get a lot of appraisal. And
I swear to God, with this girl, if her dad was a Democratic politician, she would hate Trump. It's just literally like,
politics are extremely popular and are always in the center of what public opinion likes, and he speaks loudly about what people like, and he's just gonna.
He's saying Asmongold takes extremely centrist positions on broadly popular sentiment. He reads the room and tries to hit the center of that room. I don't think this is correct either. Like Donald Trump, even right now, despite the fact that he won the election, is not like an overwhelmingly popular.
Wait, maybe it's because I stay hydrated.
President, he's not. He is.
I mean, at least when I'm like physically active, I stay really fucking hydrated.
Popular than he has ever been. What? Hasan, your commentary is good, but you're asking for charitability for people who've been told you're evil to listen to you. That's why you got to show, not tell, so they can't ignore you. For example, here's a 90-second clip from Michael Moore's document. Same thing that you're saying. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
That this country, which provides free health care for its people, nearly free daycare, also
Can we watch this? Is this a movie? Is this like a documentary, or is this a...
make sure that the school lunches are fit for a king. I had to ask myself, how do the French afford all of this? Roads, water, war, and bank bailouts. And here's what the average French worker pays in taxes. A little more than we do.
Okay, so the point is that the United States, we get only a few things for like this amount of tax. In France, they pay slightly more tax, but they get a whole bunch of things that we have to pay for, right? A lot of stuff that is you know, eating up our budget is actually free if you're in France. So the, you know, putting your money together, pooling it together and buying it as a country rather than buying it as a person is obviously going to save you money in the long run, but that's not what the corporations want. And so that's not what we get. It's a
incredibly popular policy. Having said that, even if it wasn't, I would still advocate for it. I would still try to actively change the minds of as many Americans as I can to get them to understand that this is a good thing, that this is beneficial for them. Okay? Do you understand? It doesn't matter if it's like, it doesn't
God damn, 200 for blood work?
matter if Americans are running around saying like, nah, free healthcare is socialism. I don't want that. I'd rather die than get a communist doctor to fix my health problems or whatever. Like, I don't care if every American held that opinion. There are so many issues where I take a broadly, incredibly unpopular stance and then try to actively educate people on why this otherwise incredibly unpopular stance is actually go about business. This is it. Like, this is what I do for most things. Most Americans think Nancy Pelosi is a socialist, think communism, socialism is a pejorative in and of itself, and they hate everything about the Democratic Party for what they imagine is radical politics coming out of the Democratic Party when they're fucking unimaginably close to the Republicans in both domestic affairs, but certainly when it comes to foreign policy. Okay? What's an example of an unpopular stance you have? I mean, Palestine is a great example of this, I would say, because for the past decade, I have been unconditionally and uncompromisingly pro-Palestinian. Until recently, the pro-Palestinian position was a non-starter for so many people, including progressives, right? Now, post October 7, the tide has shifted, at least for people under the age of 35, okay? But pre-October 7, it was not even a question. It was not even a question. Other unpopular stances that I have that I think were appropriate at the time was advocating for a ceasefire in Ukraine when Ukraine had more leverage. Like the initial ceasefire proposal that was put on the table that fell apart. Everybody yelled at me for that. They said I'm, pro-Putin. I'm in the pocket of Putin. There are plenty of issues that I have been on.
Yeah, you definitely disappointed Dylan Burns that day.
On the unpopular side of that, a lot of Americans have basically walked their way to arriving at housing the homeless, moving towards a rehabilitative approach to criminal justice, supporting unions, so much. American foreign policy, the entirety of the American foreign policy, I'm very critical of, and Americans are very much in support of American foreign policy. I think that right now, especially at this stage, my advocacy for immigrants is unimaginably unpopular. Americans are so right-wing on this issue, especially now. So most of the things that I advocate for, either people come to that conclusion later down the line. That's why I always say history will vindicate me.
But you should really say it in Spanish.
Come to that same conclusion down the line.
You should really say it in Spanish, right? If you're going to say history will vindicate me, it's like so much better in Spanish.
And they still hold their older resentments. Their resentment continues, even if they agree. This is a very rare sight. You were right about Ukraine, must begrudgingly admit, but I respect it. I respect people who are, brave enough to, not even brave enough, but open-minded enough to recognize that, A lot of Assange's general positions that would favor Americans are still contentious by both parties despite popular sentiment for those things, progressive ballot measure type stuff. Yes. One thing you said that blew my mind was to just document every immigrant. This will give more rights and help all immigrants, documented and undocumented. It would also help natural-born U.S. citizens as well. All right, let's continue.
A little bit more. They too get the basic services, but they also get all this extra stuff. We can get...
So yeah, that's, damn, I would take this stuff in a heartbeat. It's so easy. Well, we can't have it, chat. And pretty soon France won't have it either because Elon's going to take it away from everybody.
Wages don't have to be that high either. This also makes it so that your GDP is
unless we collectively decide to metaphorically take that dark gothic MAGA hat and metaphorically, of course, make him eat it.
Smaller overall in comparison to the expensive GDP of the United States of America. Okay? So even if
figuratively make him eat it.
American cost of living is unimaginably high due to the fact that we have a virtually anarcho-capitalist state, and that all the money that we spend, all the money that we take from taxpayers, we just directly give back to corporations in the form of subsidies. And then those corporations don't actually lower prices all that much in return for that. All of that contributes to America being the wealthiest nation on earth. We're just cycling that money. But the problem is every nation cycles that money. It's just other countries distribute that money a little bit more evenly than the United States of America does. United States of America, on the other hand, distributes that money directly back to the top.
We don't call them taxes, but they are. And we pay a whole lot more than the French. One more thing. Every French paycheck has a detailed list of where they're lying. This is what our paycheck looks like. Other than Social Security and Medicare, it doesn't say a damn thing. Maybe
at a first glance, before they listen to me, and I describe it to an audience that is charitable to hearing my opinion, my perspective, which is one that they either have A, never heard before, or B, have...
Yeah, Elon would say something like that. Elon would say something that out of touch.
Immediately contentious opinions on. But if they actually break through that mold, okay?
Bill Burr talking about Musk, what was he on?
If they break through that mold and listen to what I have to say without immediately assuming that I'm like lying to them or some shit, okay? Or immediately assuming that I'm somehow grifting to this like simultaneously popular position, but that's also unpopular in general, okay, because I'm grifting to the left, I think that I will be able to convince them. But the underlying policy positions that I advocate for don't change. They don't change whether or not something is perceived as popular by the broader public.
Public opinion. So explain how that doesn't apply to him. Wait, no, they're not. There are extremely like public opinion glazing. What?
Yeah, that's the point. The overarching public opinion glazing doesn't change my advocacy at all.
Wait, is Conan a comrade? Conan O'Brien?
Whether it's incredibly popular or incredibly unpopular doesn't change the dynamic for me. I will talk about it. I will talk about why it's unpopular. I will explain to you why it should be more popular, how it will help you. But it's like, I'm the one who is working to advocate here. I'm not as audience captured as what my naysayers assume me to be. That's why it's always funny when they're like, Hasan is so audience captured. It's like,
oh, the barbarian?
The broader fucking American consciousness when it comes to when it comes to.
Wasn't Bill Burr? I feel like I saw him in a Star Wars clip. Was it for was it The Mandalorian or something?
Opinions. Your ego is clouding your judgment. Admit you were wrong about Hamas, says Young Herpes. My ego is clouding my judgment. Admit I'm wrong about Hamas. I don't think you know the first thing about Israel-Palestine, brother. I'm gonna be honest with you. Your name is literally Young Herpes, dog. I don't know what more to say. Right-wing content creators have done irreparable harm to young men. Look at the massive difference in male-female voters for Die Linke AfD aged 18 to 24. Yeah, I know. It is very, 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 it is very, very scary.
Yeah, so from what I've seen as far as like the German political parties go, Die Linke is like less bad than I thought. I was thinking somehow, I don't know, Germany's so weird as far as politics. Like you'll find people that are like, you know, straight up leftists, and you're like, oh, really cool, really cool. How do you feel about Israel? And they're like, we love Israel. Israel's great, and the Palestinians should leave them alone. Like it can be bad. It can be very dire in Germany. You could find like, you know, what is it? BSW? Isn't that the one that's like they're like a legitimate like communist party of some kind, but they're like anti-trans people and anti-immigrant. And then even the Greens started embracing the anti-immigrant shit. All right, chat. I think we're coming up to possibly our last clip of the day. I've got to watch. Where is it? Asmongold, Ethan hits a new. And fooled by altered footage. There's one more that is. Is it Hasan? Yeah, reacting to like bad empanada, right?
And not only that, but also, why is it appropriate for Ethan to fucking clip me out of context all the goddamn time, but then you're taking him out of context?
Oh,
over and
so somebody left the link and started BSW
over again.
He's using lotion. Who? Bad empanada?
I had a really good video about Ukraine as well. The Ukraine war, the only correct opinion. That's what bad empanada looks like. Not as ugly as Ethan said. I mean, why would you ever trust Ethan with anything? Can we watch the content, please? No, because it is fucking 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, we're coming up to possibly the last video of the night. We're at 75% on the dono goal, so we got a little bit of time to try to make up that 25%.
Long, dude. Are you crazy? Instead of watching the...
And what's ahead? It's still more of Ethan seething, ahead by 35% to 28% for TYT Sweeps for Destiny, 25% for Hasan on Bad Hasbro, and 12% for Stephen A. Smith. So
I would rather just simply...
It is definitely getting down to the wire. Like, I'm starting to get tired.
I would rather make my own content nuke response at that point. Another overzealous banger. There was, where is it? Is it Bad Empanada? It's Bad Empanada live, right? That's the other channel that he has. Where is it? Where he did a playlist, the nuke playlist in there that you guys wanted me to watch yesterday that I was going to watch. There's a big difference. You will E3 to watch BE. What does that mean? Yeah, he has 5-minute shorts. Let's look at this playlist. Ethan Klein spreads Saudi genocide propaganda content nuke destroyed. Oh, this was the one you guys wanted me to watch yesterday.
So I just want to make some shorter clips here, going over some of the most egregious parts of Ethan Klein's supposed content nuke. And I'm going to start out here with Ethan Klein doing Saudi Arabian propaganda. So Ethan Klein, in his video, he was really desperate to sort of paint the Houthis in the worst light.
Bad Empanada would also hate the stealing of labor that you reacting to the Czar nuke content. Yeah, I think he's backed away from that position. I don't think he cares as much about me reacting to his videos.
Hello.
I think, ironically enough, when I did react to his videos, he saw an increase of support. And I think initially he was a big like anti-react guy.
Yeah, so basically when Ethan accuses Hasan of platforming and, giving undue attention to Bad Empanada, I think quite correctly says that the biggest thing that has given him a boost is nothing to do with Hasan and everything to do with Ethan. The biggest videos he's had in a long time were, him reacting to Ethan's content.
I think, what's really funny about this? Initially, the reason why Bad Empanada and I were not on good terms, regardless of the fact that I had actually enjoyed some of his older videos in the past and thought that he was, brilliant in terms of like all the historical analysis that he puts into his long, oftentimes convoluted, history videos that he does. But what's interesting is the major fissure that we had was over Reactgate, because at the time when everyone was yelling at me about like reacting to videos and whatnot, at the time when everybody was f***ing yelling at me, he was like, yeah, you are stealing the labor of like other YouTubers. It's really f***ed up. And he was like, I don't want, I think it's disgusting that you're doing this. Not realizing that like when a community such as this one does react to his videos, it probably does promote what he said on Do Not Worry Pod, that he doesn't mind you reacting to it because you don't do lazy reacts by letting the video run and not adding into it. Yeah, that's the funniest thing. I think he just didn't know. He just kind of got whipped away by the I think there's two reasons. One, he got whipped away by the frenzy, like he got clickbaited a little bit and thought that I don't add anything to the
Dalton, thank you for the raid. Good to have you in here.
Videos I react to, especially, or even like non-political videos in general, and also I think he truly thought that like this community and myself reacting to videos such as this one are
Kyle looking like a chicken strip.
Actually, a mutual.
Chat. Now I'm hungry too. I don't even eat meat.
Truly beneficial, if not incredibly beneficial, story or situation for the content creator themselves. So those are the two reasons why he initially was like, I don't like it. But now I think he's changed his stance. He's a streamer who hates the streamer class, a true class trader. Yeah. I thought it was because you went to the DNC. Oh, there was that too. I mean, look, we have our disagreements. We have our disagreements. He is, I believe, Greek after all. So of course, it is always going to be in the heart of a Greek to never give full credit to the Turk. Okay, it makes sense. He might even, is he a Greek Cypriot actually, like Drew Pavlov?
Oh no, don't say it like that. Don't compare him to Drew. I'm sorry, I thought I had him unpaused. I didn't.
It is natural for there to be some fissure. It is natural for there to be. Yeah, he's
no, he's not talking about Stavi. He's talking about Bad Empanada, and he's talking about, he mentioned Drew Pavlov.
Oh, he's gonna hate you now. Yeah, he's a Greek Australian who now lives. Who is a Greek Australian who now lives in Argentina. It is natural, considering what my people have done, both to Australians and also the Greeks. Much worse to the Greeks. The Australian one is, kind of nobody's fault except for the British Empire. But so there is epigenetic trauma there. Okay, bro, you're not Ottoman. How dare you say such lies? I will ban you. He is a supporter of the Janissary program. He has a video on his YouTube channel. He is my Janissary. It makes sense. It makes sense for him to be as my Maoist third world is Janissary. As my strongest soldier. Yikes, bro. Stop. I'm f***ing joking, man. Damn, shut the up. Stop Hasan. He's going to hate you. I'm not being serious. Is he a Nazi? No. He's going to make a content nuke on you now. I would not be surprised if he did. No, I will maintain the position that Bad Empanada, especially on his main channel, it has phenomenal work in general. Like it is very good. He is very well read. He puts a lot of thought and effort into his content. And I think that he might be, I can't speak for his other social media footprint, but he is a very impressive content creator in terms of the work that he puts into his long YouTube videos.
Like possible. And in doing so, he cited outright like Saudi propaganda they created to legitimize them massacring, maiming, and starving the people of Yemen in their decade plus.
He called you unintelligent in the content. Well, he can have his opinions.
Long US-backed assault on the country. So if you don't know, the Saudi Arabians intervened in Yemen.
A lot of the tweets people show are fake. He has a video about it. No, I'm not talking about the very obviously fake tweets, okay? Shut up. I'm not talking about the very obviously fake tweets, chat. I'm talking about the very obviously real ones, okay? He definitely goes a little too far when it, anyway, just
against the Houthi-led anti-government rebellion, which started during the Arab Spring, and they have just been like wantonly bombing.
Yet he still has defended you so much. No. One thing that you guys have to understand is if I said something that Bad Empanada truly disagreed with, or if I said something ahistoric, okay? If I said something that was incorrect, Okay, in terms of his
Dingo ate your dolmas? Oh my god, dolmas are so good, chat. Why do I love pickled grape leaves so much?
Historical analysis, he would fucking rip my asshole apart. The only difference is Bad Empanada does not defend me. He defends the truth. He understands that he understands what the history of Israel looks like. He sometimes even has more aggressive stances than I do, certainly, in terms of my commentary around Israel and Palestine. But overall, he would be just as ruthless if I were engaging in some kind of bullshit. If I was saying some kind of fucking bullshit and
wait, we call them dolmade? Wait, is it, how do you pronounce it? Dolmades?
Just incorrect. Yeah, he doesn't care about the drama necessarily, but I think he understands that drama causes people to watch stuff, and he cares more so about the history.
In the country the whole time, they have been blockading it, starving it. They have been responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people minimum, and all this time they have been supported by the US and to a lesser extent by Israel. And Ethan Klein, in all of his wisdom,
how much of the Ethan Klein thing did we watch where he's like going off on Bad Empanada? Oh shit, we didn't. Oh, here we go, chat. This is good stuff too.
How can he lie about that? Dude, he's fucking doing anti-Semitic lies right now. That is a factually true statement that I literally supported in the video. How can he deny that?
Dolmades?
That's insane. That's fucking true.
He's like expelled for
Nochi? Oh my god, Nochi is so good.
That's literally true. It's well documented exodus of Jewish people from the area. Ugh, he's such a fucking ass. Other clip I saw of Dean being like, all right, well, thanks for telling me. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the whole video now, which is funny because that's exactly what I want him to do. And I'm pretty sure not what Hasan wants.
It's this one, right?
It's private.
It's private.
So this is him right now. Ethan Klein, he's watching a video. He did an 8-minute video on my fucking one. Okay, anyway. Ethan Klein spreads Saudi genocide propaganda. Okay. I can see me being aligned with Saudi Arabia.
But could you see yourself getting a source that is from a source that's aligned with Saudi Arabia and putting that forward as like, this is definitely true without doing any more looking into it and seeing that it's a biased source that you're using? Because that's what you were doing. You found the article on the internet that says like your narrative. And you're like, oh, cool, here it is, an article. And it's like, yeah, it's
and Hasan is watching this.
Gnocchi? Wait, it's called gnocchi? It's not called gnocchi. It's not gnome. Gnocchi. It's gnocchi.
Instead, by the way, of watching my video, which he could do very easily. And at this point, he's probably consumed like at least 10 hours worth of content about my video. But he can only interface it through people like Bad Empanada.
Ethan, he's watched your video. Come on. He's watched your video. He's basically seen your video one bit at a time.
And come get me as recently as today.
It sounds like mochi when you say it. That's not how it's supposed to be said. It's
kind of comical how
gnocchi.
Many videos of the nuke he's seen, but not the actual nuke. It's at this point, just watch it, you know?
Just watch it.
Why does he's seen it? He's fucking seen it. He's watched it. Let's be real. Let's be real. He has watched it. Like, and there was nothing new in there anyway.
He knows he's cooked by it.
It's been addressed by a multitude of people. People on Reddit, people on YouTube. It has gnocchi.
The stuff in there is indefensible. And like watching it laid out so plainly is gonna be impossible to explain. And he knows that. He knows that. And being a proud...
Oh, if he knew that, then why would he agree to go on fucking stream with you? Bruh, if there's like a easy, like 3-move combo that you can do to be like to make Hasan look really bad, you would bring him on.
Propagandist, he knows
when has Ethan ever been afraid to take somebody on in a debate live?
To delegitimize the video, but he can't actually interact with the video. So what he does is amplifies people like Bad Empanada, who he previously called one of the worst people in the world, that he would never show his videos on his channel just a year ago. Did I mention to just as recently as today, Bad Empanada threatened me? That's crazy.
Wait, how am I still saying it wrong? I thought you said gnocchi. Is it not gnocchi?
I know that
or gnocchi?
I know that Hasan was pretty troubled by Sam Hyde's threats against him. I remember him talking about it and being like pretty disturbed and troubled by it. I find it odd that he would.
Understandably so.
Sure. I find it odd that he would seem not to care about it when it happens to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you're unfairly treated by Bad Empanada, when Bad Empanada says that you're not reacting hard enough, yeah.
Yeah. Whoa. It's a little catty and weird, considering our. I feel like.
I mean, you're the expert on that, Ethan.
Conflict at this point runs so deep, but I'm gonna pull it up anyway. Fuck it. Let me just.
Out of context would be to talk to me face to face instead of
Sorry, this got out of hand?
just watching me on a 30
No, I just want to know how to say it right.
second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what I'm. Wait. How does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
But is he watching my stream?
No, his chat probably told him.
Chat's telling
Oh,
him.
I didn't even. I just got here.
Wait, this is kind of funny.
How does he know I'm watching already?
How does he know I'm watching?
To talk to me face to face instead of just watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what I'm. Wait. How does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
He's magic.
But is he watching my stream?
No, his chat probably told him.
Chat's telling him.
Oh, I didn't even. I just got here.
2 steps ahead, buddy.
Guys, I said I'll debate him if he watches the video. That is literally the most reasonable position I could possibly take on this. Why would I fucking enter a debate if he doesn't even understand my arguments? It's just going to put me in a position to have to.
You have admitted yourself that he's basically watched the video at this point. Come on.
Explain my arguments to him in real time, which is just going to fucking like.
What, do you not have confidence in yourself to be able to? Do you not understand your arguments?
Take away from the whole.
Or do you suspect that maybe your arguments do not stand up to a little kicking of the tires?
Point of the debate.
His chat saying hi. Hello, divorced cousins.
Wait, what's divorced cousins?
He's referring to his fans as our divorced cousins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's on delay. His chat told him 30 seconds in the past. That's right.
Oh.
That's what happened, Vibe. That's definitely what happened.
I don't get it.
Because you guys are in divorce, and
they're divorced cousins.
We're the kids. We're the children of divorce.
Yeah, and you're with divorced-any, so
They're more like the cousins from the divorce used to like kill animals in the backyard that you never really liked that much anyway. You know what I mean? They used to torture rats and shit.
Sounds like my cousin Tim.
Exactly.
He actually talked to me where he can't clip me out of fucking context.
Bro, you are so pathetic.
Is he too afraid?
It's actually.
This is fact checking, by the way. This isn't like someone else's opinions on the nuke.
Whatever. So stupid. His thing is like, what are you afraid? Like, what are we talking about? It's so juvenile, man. What's not reasonable about asking him to watch the video and then we can debate? Am I crazy? Am I crazy?
I think that it's a reasonable request.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, yeah.
He doesn't even need to watch it on stream. Just watch the video so that when I bring stuff up from the video, when I bring up points I made, then you'll know what I'm talking about. That seems reasonable. I mean, be careful what you ask for, because honestly, there's probably like a source that debunks almost everything that you've said, every claim that you've made in the video. That's like entering a fucking like Hasan's actually giving you an easier, challenge than what you're even talking about. Conversation midway and being like, "Can you guys explain everything to me?"
Yes, that's right. Could you explain? I didn't know history was a thing. Could you explain that to me again?
And I want the hat back too, scumbag. I want that hat back.
Hasan should hold the hat ransom.
Most importantly, right?
It's not your fucking hat.
Got your fucking hat.
Return the hat.
Got your hat.
Stand back and stand by, Hasan, with that hat.
Got your fucking hat.
That's so Jake Paul of him to keep my hat. Anywho. Excuse me. I mean, how does he get away with this? Imagine I was like, what are you, a scaredy pants? What are you, some kind of scaredy pants? You're not going to watch
Scaredy pants, yeah. That's definitely what he said.
I think you've said pretty much that.
Scaredy pants?
Maybe not scaredy pants. Coward? I think you've used
it is
the term
cowardly,
coward.
but he keeps going on about like he's scared of me. It's like, bro, you've seen me debate everyone. You know. Here's the thing also. Hasan's funny. He has this line. He goes, I'll take off the kitty gloves this time. And Hasan, I hate to tell you, but that goes both ways. You've seen me debate, bro. I come right. By the way, he has...
You've debated Fresh and Fit. You've debated Pearl. You've debated fucking Ollie London. That's a little different, Ethan. That's a little bit different.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Did you see how his face lit up when he found out you was watching the stream? He is exactly like an ex who is still obsessed.
Pretty much, Izzy. Pretty much. And thank you for the super chat. That gets us up to 80%. So close and yet so far.
Has this pinned? Is this new that he has this pinned? Bad Empanada
right
content nuke playlist. He has the whole fucking playlist pinned in his chat.
Oh my god. He's got the video. Or the playlist, really, that he's watching. He's got it pinned so that he is promoting the... This is what Hasan used to get yelled at for not doing, right? You know, you're using somebody else's content. They're getting nothing out of it. Okay, so, you know, here he is linking the video. That's what he always does. Every video that he watches, it gets linked so that people can find it and they can watch it on their own.
That is psychotically pathetic. The guy who just threatened me right now he threatened me. He's promoting actively.
What? Oh my god, Hasan does this. WB says Hasan was texting him during those debates. I've seen him do that before. Yo, Narwhal with the $20. Thank you. Baby Lemon jumping into... Wait, what does this say? Our lemon characters armed to... It's a whole ass narrative between the lemons. Thank you for the super chat.
The fuck? What actually the fuck? Like it defies logic.
Well, it looks like we're on more Ethan seething. I think, did that win? It looks like it, maybe?
Logic is just...
For now.
The fact that he gets away with this kind of behavior is truly bananas. So anyway, this guy, Dean.
Oh god.
Smart guy, I like him.
So we watched this. We're watching the content nuke. Did we watch the flip-flopping on Bad Empanada? I think we did, right? Can you put the picture I posted in Discord General on? As long as it doesn't end up being... Let's see. Okay, this address right here. play something. Okay, let me see if I can. All right, this is what you sent me. What? Play something. Oh my god, I can't believe you hit me with something so old school. That's like, wow. That was the picture you had for us to play something. That was the picture. The poop sock?
Yes, it's like,
just kidding.
Israel is a free.
Just kidding. It's this one.
I don't even know what the fuck that's referring to. But
I think they're saying that, like, that she watches
Wait, I hope Dean is done with N-words. Wait, what? Did Dean Withers say the N-word?
news from Israel sometimes.
Yeah, and she
Like in
relates
Hebrew.
it to
Yeah,
you.
who doesn't look at the news in their own native country?
I'm not sure.
People are so weird about Israel media because, like, you'll see people all the time being like, even according to Israel media, they said this happened.
Wait, Snark is back?
But then at the same time, it's like, oh, she reads Israel media, so she's obviously brainwashed in a Zionist. It's like, Israel is a free society with...
No, the problem is that the U.S. media is just so bad that, yeah, sometimes there's stuff in Israeli media that the U.S. media won't show. Now, there's another and darker reason for this. That's that some of the things that to an American audience would be revelatory about, you know, what's going on in Israel, to an Israeli audience is acceptable in the same way that, you know, some of the stuff that, like, you know, like if you're a dyed-in-the-wool Trump fan, right, you don't really care that he's doing Project 2025, right? If you're just like a cursory person that's like, well, maybe he'll make the egg prices go down, then you probably don't want Project 2025.
Free press. It has the whole gambit
Range of
media
opinions
sources,
in the press.
just like America does. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm a full Zionist.
40 for Stephen A. on Pod Save America.
Hila reads me.
Wow.
Apparently, Hila reads me the news. Apparently, I was watching the Israeli news with Hila this morning, and she was translating it for me on the news. They were saying, Hila was watching Israeli news when it first started happening because I don't think American news had really caught up yet.
Yeah, it was so hard, and like I've been watching the news nonstop since it started, and that on that day it started at 6 a.m. Saturday.
Ethan, please learn more about this. Shut the fuck up. You're clearly
Maybe
taking
you
a side
guys
here, you
need-
loser.
I mean,
You
I
can't.
think Ethan has a lot of credibility to talk about it. He lived there for 5 years, and he's married to an Israeli.
I know you.
Dean said the N-word?
To like sit in America and think that you know better than somebody.
That guy, I would not expect that guy to have an N-word in him, but
Please go. Let's go bring the Iraqi terrorists to your block to murder your whole family, and then talk about how it's justified. But I'm not a fucking expert on the damn conflict. I'm just seeing how people are talking and acting, and it makes me uncomfortable. Hila reads me the news apparently, and she was translating it for me on the news. They were saying.
Now, speaking of Pod Save America, I gotta relay some wisdom that I did pick up from them. The whole thing about talking about egg prices, like, I mean, you know, people have been talking about this forever because it is kind of an indicator of overall inflation. It is a thing that a lot of people like to eat. And, you know, especially now with the avian flu, you know, causing some birds to be killed in order to prevent the spread of the disease. There is like a So basically, prices of eggs are high right now, and it's because of the kill-off. Most likely, it's going to cause people to raise more chickens because they're like it's likely to go down. In other words, so if you're kind of hanging your hat on, like, you know, oh well, the egg prices are high. you shouldn't. It's the other prices. It's the rent. It's the other stuff. It's just, just prices in general, right? All right, so I want to show you something before we get into this, right? Because we're going to watch Tommy Vitor interview Stephen A. Smith. Now, let me show you what Tommy Vitor has said about Stephen A. in the past.
The man was impeached twice. He was convicted on 34 felony counts. And the American people still said, he's closer to normal than what we see left. That's what they're saying. He's closer to normal. Why? Because
that's Stephen A. on Real Time with Bill Maher.
That pertains when you talk about the transgender community, for example, when you're talking about the issues that pertain to less than 1% of the population, the Democratic Party came across as if that was a priority more so than the other issues. And so he comes into office. Now you're talking about childbirth, citizenship, and what have you. He knows that's not going to pass the mustard, but he knows that he made that promise. So when he shows up week 1 on Capitol Hill and he says, this is what we're going to do through an executive order, even though it's going to be shot down through the courts and what have you, he's saying, I kept my promise. A lot of other things that he's going to point to that he's going to try to do, I kept my promise. Then you turn around and you look at the left and you say, what promises did you keep? Now, you might know the answer to that. I'm certainly not questioning your knowledge about that at all. What I'm saying is what resonated with the voter. What voter out there can look at the Democratic Party at this moment in time and say, there's a voice for us, somebody that speaks for us, that goes up on Capitol Hill and fights the fights that we want them fighting on our behalf.
I get why this went viral. I get that it resonates on an emotional level for some people because we're all mad at Democrats because we got our asses kicked and we're mad about the election and we're mad about Joe Biden. But he's just so wrong on so many different levels. I mean, Democrats didn't make the whole election about trans rights. Republicans ran tens of millions of dollars of attack ads on TV attacking Kamala Harris on this issue. That's why it was salient. Stephen A's definition of Trump keeping his promise is putting forward an executive order on birthright citizenship that he knows will get struck down in court. That is not how Joe Biden was judged. Like when Biden put forward a student loan forgiveness plan and it got struck down by a Republican Supreme Court, everyone got mad at Joe Biden and said he was feckless.
Yeah, no, there is something to be said about how Biden went about it, right? If Biden had done it in a more unapologetic way, right, there was multiple ways you could go about it. Biden did the one that was considered the most mild-mannered, and there is an issue of Democrats in general and Biden in specific not kind of pressing the point, when it comes to important things like student loan forgiveness. But that being said, he did try. He just, a little too much politeness. Anyway, I wanted to show you that because that is what Tommy Vitor said about Stephen A. Smith prior to this video that we're about to see of... Wait, do we have this? Why is this so hard to find? Do they...
Welcome to Pod Save America.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Favreau. Here we go.
My guest today is a commentator on ESPN.
So I just want to show you. I want to show you how much smoke Tommy Vitor had for Stephen A. Smith, and ask the question: where did it go? Where did it go? You had something to tell this man. You had something to ask this man. Watch how he handles this exchange.
Host of the Stephen A. Smith Show and arguably the greatest sports debater of all time, Stephen A. Smith.
What's going on, man? How you doing? How's everything?
It's good. Thank you so much for doing this. I'm a big fan, have been for a very long time, so this is exciting and fun for me. Let's just get right into it. There's been a lot of chatter about you potentially running for president in 2028, and you've had to kind of tell folks to pump the brakes a bit. If I could briefly sum up what I think your position is, it's that the process of running sucks. You don't want to go through it, but if drafted to serve, you would be open to it. Is that fair?
I think it's fair. I don't have any desire to do it. I have no desire to be a politician whatsoever. But if the country was in a bad place and you told me that somehow, some way that I'm favored to win an election and be the president of the United States, I don't think anybody would summarily dismiss that personally, because we all live in this country and we all understand.
So, chat, the real danger with this guy, if you want to know, he is to the right of your least favorite conservative. Think of the worst Democrat out there, the Democrat that loves to throw marginalized people under the bus, right? the Democrat that is, got a very right wing, set of economic policies. Like, think of that Democrat and understand that in every meaningful way, Stephen A. Smith is to the right of that. Now, he's saying that he's considering, if people draft him, if you twist my arm, I guess I'll run for president. All right. This is his way of trying to be like, I'm not a politician. I'm not one of these, assholes. But, if America need, like, I don't know, he's being like this is his politics is, I'm not a politician. Right. The danger with this guy, though, is, and, you'll notice this really quickly, compared to him, almost every single Democrat out there is extremely low energy. And the ones who aren't are the ones who are gatekept from any important role because the Democratic establishment is afraid of them getting too much attention, getting too much, being in a position to run for something someday, right? So, I mean, this is a real danger. Like, this is basically, a centrist libertarian takeover of the Democratic Party. If you didn't think elections were bad enough already, imagine an election between somebody that economically is a libertarian and socially is just very hostile to a lot of the Democratic coalition. Imagine that person, being the choice, but JD Vance or this guy. This is bad.
What comes with it.
He is definitely a transphobe. You're right, Narwhal. Yeah. Yeah, capitalist. Big fan of capitalism.
And as much of a headache as it would be, as stressful as it would be, as much of a compromise.
To the right of Bill Maher. I mean, Bill Maher, I don't know. Yeah, at least as far as... I think as far as economics, to the right of Bill Maher and Cenk Uygur.
It could potentially be to my quality of life. Make no mistake about it. What kind of quality do we really have if the country sucks? If it's just in a very, very bad place with no reprieve in sight whatsoever. So, again.
Yeah, I mean, kind of Sisyphean.
For me personally, with what I have going on in my life, with how happy I am, with the fact that I'm more interested in remaining a pundit and a commentator rather than a politician, those things still.
I love that for you, Stephen A.
I'm very authentic.
You're a great commentator.
I have no desire to be a politician whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy's right in that there's a lot of pieces that he's missing in terms of understanding what he's actually talking about. That being said, though, he's a lot more exciting. He's a lot more compelling. He's a lot more relatable. He's a lot more everything than any Democrat that you could think of that is likely to run for president, right? This, if he decides to run, and I don't buy what he's saying of like, I'll only run if they draft me. If you want to run, you're going to run. You're going to find some way to be like, oh, you twisted my arm. I guess I have to run.
But my God, if you came to me and said, listen, there is nobody.
Why is he on this podcast? I'm guessing because Tommy talks shit. The guy that's interviewing him, we just saw what his opinion of, of Stephen A's political analysis was, right? And now they bring him on here because he's a pretty big, he's a pretty big celebrity at this point. And, has just announced possibly running for president as a Democrat. And you're going to see a completely different side of Tommy.
Else. And America is clamoring for you, which I sincerely doubt would ever happen. But if that were to happen, would I give it strong consideration? I won't lie. Yes, I would. I would give it strong consideration.
Well, I love that you're talking about politics all the time now because you are a blunt, candid guy. You tell it how it is. And especially when it comes to the Democratic Party, because we're all trying to figure out what happened, why we lost to Trump a second time. Sometimes I think that Democrats like myself, we're too close to the issue. We overthink shit. We read too many polls and focus groups.
Yeah, I mean, I said that you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about, but maybe I'm the one. Maybe I'm too close to the issue. Maybe I know too much about what I'm talking about. Tell me how it is, Stephen. Tell me how it is, Stephen A.
And miss the big picture. So big picture, in your mind, like what is the simplest explanation for why Democrats lost?
You forgot about what got you here. Black folks.
Actually, here's the deal, though. This potentially running for president as a Democrat, I don't think it would actually be good for Stephen A. Smith. Like, I do think he could do it. I do think he could be successful. I do think you could imagine, whole fields that would lose to this guy as badly as the rest of the Republican field lost to Trump in 2016. But I don't think it would be good for him. I think that his audience incorporates some right-wing people and some left-wing people. I think he would actually fracture his audience. There would be people that watch him now that would just they would disavow him if he ran as a Democrat, right? He has a very mixed audience.
Folks got you here. Hispanics got you here. The working class got you here.
Is this Pod Save podcast? Yeah, this is Pod Save America.
Most egregious thing that you could say about the Democratic Party right now is that the Republican Party seems to be more identifiable with the working class than the Democrats. Who would have ever thought in our wildest dreams that anybody would be able to get away with saying that? Remember, a lot of times, people that are in the know, that are highly, highly knowledgeable about the intricacies that involve politics, they lean on that. They keep forgetting the voters don't know what they know. The voters live on perception. Whatever issue touches them is what touches them. And that decides who they're going to vote for or whether they'll vote at all. And a lot of people don't get that. I laugh when folks try to challenge my knowledge of the intricacies of politics. I'm like, you're clear.
He literally did that. That's literally, like, is he calling Tommy out?
And a lot of people don't get that. I laugh when folks try to challenge my knowledge of the intricacies of politics. I'm like, you're clearly not listening. I tell you all the time, I don't study it like that. I read the newspaper. I watch the news. I'm a conscientious observer, but I'm not entrenched in it the way somebody that lives it every day would be. But I'm an American citizen and I'm a voter. And I'm watching what's going on in the streets of America. And I'm telling you, certain things ain't going to work. When you looked at the Democratic Party, certainly there's probably policies that they've pushed forth and battles that they have fought that would have benefited working class Americans. But that ain't what they were talking about. They were talking about LGBTQ. They were talking about transgender rights specifically.
They weren't. But you're right that they weren't talking about affordability issues, or at least they didn't stay talking about it, right? Remember, Kamala and Biden both talked about greedflation. They talked about price gouging, and Kamala said that she would do something about it. She never really, gave her plan of what she would do about it, and she stopped talking about it like around September, right? Every good instinct that Kamala Harris exhibited in the beginning of her campaign that actually had her, she had so much movement. I don't know if people remember. She had so much movement in the beginning. She had Trump on his back feet, and she lost it because she let people get in her ear and say, don't say things that your donors aren't going to like. Don't say things that businesses aren't going to like, right? You talking about, price gouging. Our donors love to price gouge. They don't want you stopping them from price gouging. You want to lower people's rents? Our donors hate that shit. Stop talking about that. That was their problem. And if there ever is an issue of relying on, social issues or identity issues or anything like that, rather than, talking about the economic issues, it's for that reason. Now, that being said, Kamala Harris wasn't talking about trans people. She wasn't talking about anything controversial. And when she did talk about Israel, for instance, it was to remind everyone that Israel is our ride or die ally.
They were acting as if there was no problem at the borders involving illegal immigration. Nobody was believing that. Because if you travel, if you see footage of the streets of America,
what they should have said is that the undocumented immigrant is not your problem. They are not the one that's harming you. They are not the one that's making your life unaffordable. That is a scapegoat. That is a distraction. That's what Democrats need to say. When they're talking to you about a trans person, when they're talking to you about an immigrant, they are distracting you. You better watch your pocket because they're reaching in there. And Elon Musk is literally reaching in there right now. That's the narrative. That's the simple narrative that the Democrats need.
You're like, what's going on? It wasn't just Fox News. It was everybody. ABC, NBC, CBS. Everybody was talking about the border. When there was crimes in the streets and people were being let out the same day that they were getting arrested. But everybody was talking about that. When you had stores that were allowing 3 people in it at a time because they were afraid they were going to get robbed and the repercussions weren't severe enough.
So now Tommy Vitor has got everything that he needs to put like to put what Stephen A. Smith just said, which is bullshit, into context, right? When you're talking, he's implying that there's a crime wave. There's a crime wave and our system is letting the criminals go. That's fucking dog shit. That is absolutely not true. But what happens is that if it leads, it bleeds. And in the past, that was true for local news. And right now, that's true for the algorithm. If you can find a Laken Riley, the fact that immigrants commit crimes at a far lower rate than citizens is never going to matter. You can just focus in on the worst crime that you can find and give people the idea that this is what immigrants are doing to your country, right? This is representative of undocumented people who, for the most part, are trying to keep their heads down. They're trying to earn some money and often send some money back home. Like, right? These are hardworking people who are feeding Stephen A. Smith, right? Who are doing the jobs that Americans refuse to do, but that need to be done so that we can eat, right? That's what you should tell this guy. And you don't have to be mean about it or you don't have to call him a you don't have to harp on his ignorance or anything like that. But please, for God's sake, if you want to defend your party against a centrist, like, I don't know what you call this, a usurper, then you can't just sit there like a statue and let him talk circles around you. And that's what I'm afraid. I'm afraid that Tommy Vitor and the Dems will do that. I'm afraid that like Midas Touch will be charmed, and then he'll come into like the debate and he'll talk circles around all the Democratic candidates. And now we've got, two fairly right-wing politicians squaring off against each other.
So there was a level of fearlessness.
I would love it if Tommy Vitor could just, say what he said before with his chest. You know that this guy's full of shit.
That the lawless in our communities were, that they possessed, people were talking about that. And the Democrats were talking about something else. And so when you look at it from that standpoint, you just say to yourself, they really, really forgot. They forgot.
Were they, or are you relying on right-wing information to tell you what the Democrats were talking about instead of, I don't know, listening to the Democrats? Now, if you want to say that there's a problem where you didn't feel like listening to the Democrats didn't look good, didn't look like something that you wanted to look into, and you were more engaged by the Republican, ad campaign, then say that. That's actually a good criticism. The Democratic Party needs to be criticized. They ran a terrible campaign, but this guy does not have the right analysis. This guy is leading the Democrats in the opposite direction of where they need to actually go.
What got them here? What made them so popular? What got Clinton in office?
Please say the New Deal. No, the Clinton in office. Fuck that.
What got Barack Obama in office? Hell, to some degree, what got Jimmy Carter?
What got Barack Obama in office? Empty fucking sloganeering. What got Bill Clinton in office? H. Ross Perot. Come on, Steven. There is an issue with popping off about politics when you don't actually know the connecting line. When you kind of think you do. What got Clinton into office? It's the economy, stupid. Okay, cool. You believe everything that James Carville says? Good luck with that, my friend. Good luck with that.
In office before Reagan arrived. They forgot all of these.
James Carville was part of Hillary's team. You wanna go with that?
And to forget that against Donald Trump of all people, who's claiming elections are rigged, who's calling y'all crooks, who are saying that y'all are nasty, evil people, questioning how duplicitous you can be, how corrupt you can be, even while he's getting impeached, even while he's being convicted of felonies, all of this stuff. And y'all just ignored it. Not you. I'm not talking about you, Tommy, but I'm just saying the Democratic Party. I hear you. It boggled the mind.
I mean, he's very close to the Democratic Party. You can't say Tommy.
It boggled the mind. It's
like if you don't know, Pod Save America is a bunch of people who have worked on different Democratic campaigns. These people are insiders. They're not necessarily, and for they're not. I don't think any of them were working directly on the Kamala campaign, but they had been, involved with the Obamas in many cases, with the Clintons and others, and even during the DNC. The speech that Barack Obama gave was partially written by Jon Favreau. So these people are insiders. These people are Democratic Party insiders. In fact, when they brought on the Harris campaign team to help them, essentially give the excuse of it wasn't our fault, don't fire us. That was never more apparent. And their fucking audience called them out for it. Their audience was more in line with Hasan Piker in that moment than they were with the Pod Johns.
I feel like there's two parts to the criticism. Part of it I agree with, which is there were some issues like the border where it wasn't just Republicans talking about concerns. It was a broader set of voters, and Democrats tried to be like, oh, that's a distraction. Actually, we should be talking about this thing. It didn't speak to those fears. I think Joe Biden got there late when he did.
So yeah, Tommy's got all the wrong answers too.
What he supported.
He was like, oh no, that was really good. When you collapsed your immigration policy into Donald Trump's, and said, I'll build the wall too, Jack. We'll build us a big, beautiful wall. You got there too late is not how I would describe that. I would say showed your utter lack of moral leadership is what you did there. Undermined the remaining trust that anybody in the fucking country, especially your base, had for you. That's what you did there. That's what you did there.
Bipartisan bill in the Senate that got killed by.
It's just funny. It's just funny, Stephen, being like, yeah, they were super late to caving in, and Tommy was like, no, they actually caved in quite well. I helped them write the cave-in speech.
And then did a bunch of executive orders to try to shut down the border, but he got there late and people were pissed, and it didn't change the perception. But the other half of
it's not, you couldn't get there early, okay? As the Democrats, you're never going to get credit. You gotta fight the issue of immigration. And that's what the Democrats stopped doing. They stopped engaging with that argument, thinking that it could go away or something. That argument, you're never gonna win. It doesn't matter. You will never win on the issue of immigration against Donald Trump. The only way that the best thing that you can do is fight against what he's saying and give people an alternative, give a home to votes that don't like his fucking and don't trust, which you shouldn't, his nativist bullshit.
This, I think, is that Donald Trump captures attention and keeps it on himself in a way that no other precedent in history has, for better, for worse. And I think this is where I wanted your advice, because you're someone, you are incredible at crafting a narrative, making news, breaking through on social media. You've created your own sports media empire at a time when people were like, oh, you can't leave ESPN or do something on your own, right? Because it's all about the mothership. What advice do you have for Democrats about how to get heard and reach people in this digital age?
I mean, he felt like he was. For a second, I thought, is he going to stand up to him? Is he going to say what he said before on that clip? Is he going to point out where Stephen A is wrong, or has he been convinced by Stephen A that it doesn't matter that he's wrong, That Stephen A knows the American people. He knows the voters. He's so in touch that it doesn't matter that he's got bullshit coming out of his mouth.
Get Trump-like. What I mean by that, Tom, is be your real, true, authentic self. For better or
that is good, yeah.
Worse. Can you genuinely tell me?
I don't know about for better or for worse. I don't know if you need to try to be a wrestling heel like Donald Trump. I would hate to see what that would look like for the Democratic Party. But yeah, be real. And that's one thing that the Democratic Party has a lot of trouble with, right? The closest you got was Obama. And like, he seemed real, he felt real, but god damn, were his words ever hollow. Hillary Clinton, oh my god, the epitome of never ever sounding real. Nancy Pelosi, you know, yeah, a lot of these big wig Democrats, like they have no authenticity, because there is no authenticity, because they don't believe anything in their heart of hearts. They're not doing this for the right reason. They're doing this as a team sport to help the donkey team beat the elephant team. And they're willing to fucking go along with Trump's bullshit here and let him hurt the American people if they think that's what it'll take to put them back into power. They actively resent their base that did not show up for them when they did not excite their base. They blame their base, and they are willing to see their base punished by letting Donald Trump and Elon Musk and all the rest of these assholes run fucking wild. These are accelerationist, centrist shitheads. All right? And they are doomed. They are doomed if they listen to, you know, Stephen A., if they nominate Stephen A. even more so. And the only thing that makes the Democratic Party not doomed, chat, is if we take it over from the inside. I don't even know if that's possible. These are private clubs that were created before any of us were born, and I don't know if they'll actually accept the change that they need to. The Democratic Party needs to survive, and the other, you know, option of creating a third party is so arduous, such an uphill climb. I don't love that idea either. But something needs to change. That's all I know. Something needs to drastically change here.
As a person who covers this stuff for a living, that Trump surprises you? What? No. Think about how he acts. Think about the things that he says. And then he goes and he tries to do it. For better or worse, he's letting you know, I don't care.
America's doomed and it's a good thing. Well, yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait till 2028 for Cal exit. Just chat know about Cal exit.
I'm not a politician. I'm not a career politician. I don't listen. The man doesn't even want to be in the White House. Every chance he gets, he's at Mar-a-Lago. He doesn't even want to be there. Okay, he wants to run the country from his resort, for crying out loud. He might want to use the Air Force One plane, okay, so he don't have to spend his own money with his gas and everything else. But he'd rather, but that's about it. The man wants to be where he wants to be. He wants to do what he wants to do. He wants to show you every chance he gets that he is nothing like the career politicians. He is nothing like what you have witnessed for decades on Capitol Hill. He says Capitol Hill needs to be purged. What is he doing? He's trying to purge Capitol Hill.
You know? One thing that I need to hear from you, if you're even to be considered seriously as an opponent for Donald Trump, is what problems do you have with Trump? What do you not like about him? Like, you know, I get what you're saying in that Trump has figured out something about the new media landscape that the Democrats are just years behind on. I agree with him on that. But I would love to hear, you know, like just you know, why don't you like Trump? What is wrong with Trump? What would you say if you were running? How would you go after Trump? Because all I'm hearing so far is kind of like low-key praise.
You understand? Meanwhile, we had Kamala Harris, Miss Prim and Proper, tries to say the right things, listening to her party, talk to her about this is the way to go over the last 107 days to win an election, etc. And guess what? It wasn't resonating. You go on The View, and The View says, is there anything at all about Joe Biden that you would do differently, that you would change?
And she looked into the cameras and said, I can't think of any. What?
And that was the moment she should have turned around to the camera and say, this senseless killing in Gaza has to stop. The United States has power over Israel, and we're going to use that power. I'm not convinced, chat, that in and of itself, instead of the answer that she gave on The View, which was like, I don't know that I'd do anything different. Yeah, he's right about that. That was a fucked up moment. Saying that she would not continue to allow American weapons to be used to kill innocent people would have gone a long way towards winning her Dearborn, which she lost, winning her Michigan, helping her in Pennsylvania, and who fucking knows, chat, maybe bringing some of those people that she lost the election with to the couch, maybe bringing some of those people out, maybe bringing some of those people whose stomach had been turned by Biden's policy and by Kamala's refusal to say that she breaks from that policy. That she wants to bring some kind of moral leadership back to the Democratic Party. I'm not convinced that that's not all she needed to say. I mean, maybe there was more. Maybe she still would have lost with that. But that was a huge failure. And it was a failure that was done in the service of being pragmatic. Yeah, he's right about that, her listening to the party too much. Thinking in terms of pragmatism instead of being authentic. Let me show you a little bit about this Cal exit movement. All right.
Right now at 5:30, a new push for California to leave the United States and go it on our own. Donald Trump, of course, won the general.
So yeah, you hear about this, and if you live in California, maybe this sounds pretty good for you. You're like, yeah, we could we could get out of the union this year, maybe. No, we're
election in November by more than 2 million votes, but following historic.
Yeah, so if this Cal exit thing happens, you're gonna have to wait a little while for it.
Democratic president nominee Kamala Harris decidedly won the state of California, taking more than 58% of the vote. And with that deep divide, a radical idea is once again in the headlines. It is a push for California to secede from the United States. Our Max Darrow traveled to Fresno to meet the man driving the Cal exit movement.
Of the 50 stars on the American flag, star number 31 became California's in 1850, but nearly 200 years later, there's a growing push for that marriage to end from people who believe California and America have drifted too far apart. And Fresno native Marcus Ruiz Evans is leading the way.
Everybody thought I was insane when I proposed this originally, and everybody said it was going to go nowhere.
Ruiz Evans is advocating for California to secede and become an independent nation in what has become known as Cal exit.
I think California values are completely different from American values, and they've been that way for a long time.
Every day, he has conversation after conversation, working to raise awareness to his cause.
Do you have a few minutes to talk?
For him, it's personal. He says his mom moved from Texas to California as a young woman. The reason...
So she came here, and she was treated with equality and respect. So with my aunts.
He's passionate, with strong feelings towards the current administration and the State of the Union.
I think when you have insurrections and you have one half of the country say that's cool, and then elect a president who led the insurrection, yeah, you're already there. Every 4 years, do you want to go through this fear that you're going to lose access, as you know it, to clean air, clean water, clean land, less pollution, safe places for transgender, undocumented immigrants not having to live in...
The thing that sucks about this idea and about like the California Democratic Party in general, you would think that being one of the more left-wing states, one of the more safer red states, that the California legislators and politicians would be pretty radical, and they're not. They're anything but. They're sometimes a little bit reactionary, actually.
Terror, etc. But Ruiz-Evans says the idea for this movement actually came well before President Trump's first term in office.
And when it comes to like local voting power patterns, I mean, sometimes they're a little different than the national ones.
But with Trump winning a second election,
for American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day.
And more than 77 million Americans voting in favor of putting him back in the Oval Office, Ruiz-Evans says the Cal exit movement has gained new and significant traction.
We think we've gone to the point where it doesn't work. There are people out there who will respond to California as a nation.
And there is potential that Californians will get a chance to vote on this. If a little over 546,000 registered voters sign these petitions by mid-July,
people sign here,
Californians will see the question, should California leave the United States and become a free and...
So he's got like 100,000 signatures so far. He needs 500,000 by this July to put this on the ballot for 2028, right?
Independent country on the 2028 ballot.
I think we can get it.
But there's a catch. If it winds up on the ballot and enough voters do say yes, it wouldn't mean California secedes. It would create an official commission to study California's viability as an independent nation.
No, it doesn't make secession automatically happen. You can't do that. That's illegal.
That rule comes from the 1869 Supreme Court ruling of Texas versus White. In a 5-3 decision, the court ruled states do not have the right to unilaterally secede. But there's a line from the majority opinion that Ruiz-Evans points to that he believes reveals a legal pathway there. Justice Salmon Portland Chase writes, the union between Texas and the other states was as complete, as perpetual, and as indissoluble as the union between the original states. There was no place for reconsideration or revocation, except through revolution or through consent of the states.
Texas versus White literally says consent of the states. Consent is not defined. Only a Supreme Court can define that.
And his belief is that with the current Republican supermajority, a consensus could be reached.
They have the power.
So yeah, he's thinking he could get... Wait, the Republican supermajority in the Supreme Court, this is what we're talking about?
Vote us out.
There's probably no way it really can secede, but if...
Wait, he's talking about the Supreme Court voting them out? For some reason, I thought that he was talking about if the Congress and Senate were to... if the Republicans in Congress and Senate were to vote California out.
California could survive on its own.
By the balance sheet, Professor Henry Brady, an economics and political science expert at UC Berkeley, says California sends more federal tax dollars to Washington, D.C. than any other state and is less dependent on...
Anyway, so yeah, I mean, that's potentially on the ballot for 2028. But, like 2028 I don't know if we're going to make it till 2028. I don't have a lot of hope in this. Right. And even then, remember, it's a very long shot.
What? I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, you can't do that because it's not just about your answer. It's about the believability factor. You see, even when Trump is lying, you believe that he believes what he's saying and what he says he's going to do. Even if he's lying to himself, you sit up there, you look it up, look, man, you can't just eradicate departments like that. You can't just violate civil liberties. Like, you can't just sit up there and make your own rules and subvert the Constitution and try to get a third term in office, whatever. But who doubts he's going to try? Who doubts that he's going to try to pull that off? Whatever it is that he says, there is an authenticity that comes with it in terms of how it resonates to the American people who are salty. And
so, yeah, here's how I explain it. All right. Republicans perceive Trump as being very honest, despite the fact that many of them know that he lies regularly. So how does this make sense? Right? They know he lies, but they consider him very, very honest. They're thinking of honesty in the sense of saying what you believe, of not being afraid to say what is on your mind, right? That's the kind of honesty that they see from Trump, that like shit that other people would be like, never in a million years actually say, Trump will actually verbalize, right? He's like, yeah, we'll have Trump Gaza, big golden statues. It'll be the Riviera of the Middle East. So he just says it. He just fucking says it.
Skeptical with vile feelings towards Capitol Hill. That's where the connection happens. Well, if you are somebody on the Democratic side and you feel that way, where's your vitriol? Where's your disgust? Where's your aversion to the status quo and what you aim to do about it? That's what people want to see.
And Sisyphean, for anything that you want to do to make things better, class consciousness is a prerequisite. You're right.
You're right. I mean, his message is burn it all down, and he somehow gets a pass for having been in charge for 4 years when all the problems he's complaining about now still existed. But Democrats were boring. We're the NBA skills competition where Wemby's cheating, while Trump is the USA-Canada hockey game where there's 3 fights in 10 seconds and you can't look away. And like, I don't know how to compete with that. We don't have a leader who can compete with that. We don't have a party that can compete with that. We don't have a message that can compete with that.
But tell why. You can't compete with that, and you don't have that. I'm not talking about you specifically, of course.
I know.
About the Democratic Party. You don't know that, and you can't compete with that for the biggest reason of all. Because y'all are too busy trying to pick candidates for the American people instead of listening to the American people tell you who they want. The last Democrat that the American people...
Wait, this is the lowest performing video since at least the election? Yeah, I'm looking at 29K views. Interesting.
Told you they wanted was Barack Obama. Hillary Clinton, it's her turn. Bernie Sanders had momentum. It's Hillary's turn. Joe Biden captured momentum because Representative Clyburn got involved in South Carolina, saved his behind, but it's really, really his turn. Okay? He has no business running for re-election, but everybody went for it, knowing he was supposed to be transitional. He's going to be 81 years of age. Then you sit up there. He doesn't have a primary. Then he goes on the debate stage, embarrasses himself. Then y'all still let him take 3 damn weeks to walk away instead of getting the hell out there immediately so you can see if there's somebody other than Kamala Harris.
Yeah, really low views on this one.
Who could be the Democratic nominee? Then she gets the nomination and everybody wants to act like she's the rock star all of y'all wanted all along. Oh my God, let's throw up our hands and just to say, hey, she is the one. When you know good and damn well that wasn't the truth. Meanwhile, Trump has been around since 2015. They had Christie, they had Kasich, they had Irene, I believe her name is.
Yep. Irene.
You had later on, you had DeSantis, you had Nikki Haley, you had Ramaswamy, you had all of these people. It didn't matter. We went through lawfare and all this stuff. It didn't matter. They looked the public in the face and they said, we want him. We don't care what y'all want, and forced the Republican Party to capitulate to the demands of their constituency. That's what they did. The Democrats somehow, some way have gotten away with ignoring the constituency and compelling the constituency to capitulate to what they want as a party. And that is the problem. And that's why I said they've been playing this game since the fucking 80s, right? They've stopped being Democrats, at least in the sense of New Deal consensus Democrats. They have become neoliberals. They have occupied a position where they just try to be slightly less reactionary than the Republicans in hopes that this will be the year that the donors and the voters are going to be, looking for somebody who's like, the Republicans, but less bad. It's a losing strategy. It's a losing strategy. They've been afraid of their own shadow. They've been afraid of their own donors. And they have been essentially, pulling the wool over the eyes of their voters and forcing them always to choose the pragmatic option, the Joe Biden, the Hillary Clinton, and never the Bernie Sanders, never even the Elizabeth Warren. All needs to go. Some of those candidates need to go.
It did start with Carter, Chris. It did start with Carter.
The pundits,
as far as neoliberalism and
the strategists, they need to go. Whoever was involved with the latest election, from a strategy standpoint, every one of them should be fired. Every one of them.
We're cleaning house. I think Joe Biden running for re-election was a catastrophic mistake. We will not recover.
With Henry Wallace losing the nomination, you're talking about Henry Wallace getting replaced by Truman. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not a true believer in FDR. All right, as far as FDR being somebody who has any idea, any inkling to reform our way into, an equitable, durable, socialist society. I don't think that's what FDR wanted. I think FDR was saving capitalism. Was what he did, right? He gave into the give-in for FDR was giving into Wallace, right? To having Wallace as his vice president in the first place. And after the business plot, he switched, right? And this is the Democrats. This is who they are, even at their best, which, FDR is kind of
for a long time. And I completely agree with you there. But I want your thoughts on this. Donald Trump is using sports in a really smart way politically. I think he went to college football games and UFC fights during the campaign. He went to the Super Bowl. He did a loop around the track of the Daytona 500 in his limo over the weekend. It feels like he's creating a bond with these audiences that Democrats don't have.
Yeah, KC, you said Clinton tried to get universal health care in 1993. Do you know which Clinton? Americans were reacting to an unelected first lady essentially being put in charge of a huge change in the way that medicine is dispensed.
But how do you think Democrats can be a part of that conversation? I can't think of anyone who would go to a game like.
Now, how do you think they're going to feel about Elon Musk taking away their health care in 2025? How do you think that's going to affect the 2026 midterms?
Except for Barack Obama going to NBA games because he genuinely loved the sport. But who else?
This is why I'm a candidate. I don't want to be. And that's why I am one. Because you see, I wouldn't go to the Daytona 500, but I'd have been at the Super Bowl.
Look, here's my attitude. Okay, I don't hate FDR. I think that sometimes he gets lauded with a bit too much praise. And from a historical analysis of just the years in between the New Deal and the 80s, I think you can see that whatever he created was not durable. And any kind of system like that, any kind of compromise where you demilitarize the I'm saying this wrong. You defang the unions as a compromise to be cut into more of the productivity gains in capitalism. It's not going to last. It's never going to last, right? That can't last because capitalism is a machine that does what? It accumulates. And the more the wealth and the wealthy accumulate, even under a very, a very liberal Keynesian regime, like what you saw with FDR. And as long as they keep on aggregating wealth and they keep on aggregating power year after year, it's only a matter of time till they're able to recuperate all the gains and more that you've gotten. Anything that's going to make it so, and I'm just looking for the working class to be okay so that you could move into you can get social progress. You can you can increase class consciousness, right? Just to get that, it's good. It's going to have to be something more durable and more left than what FDR was doing. I think that's a good thing to learn from. Is that was the New Deal good? Did it save some people's lives? Did it get some people out of poverty in their old age? Hell yeah, it absolutely did, right? But it wasn't enough. That's not enough. If you want to even have a chance of truly fighting capital, you've got to stop capital from accumulating. You've got to stop capital from accumulating. You've got to stop them from increasing their leverage over you. And they are, even really without gaining wealth, right? Chat, the rich, as we get closer to the capacity to fully automate a workforce, right? you know, they get more leverage just from that, just from the fact that you can be replaced with robots, with algorithms, with LLMs or whatever, right? Just through that, they gain leverage. You got to have something that claws back leverage from the wealthy.
I'd have been at the hockey All-Star game. I'd have been at NBA All-Star weekend. I'd be at the World Series. I'd be at All-Star weekend for baseball. I mean, the list goes. I'd be at a boxing match. I'd be at a UFC match, et cetera, et cetera. The point is, you're a politician. You're supposed to be able to do what the people want you to do as a politician. See, this is just, you're giving me damning evidence I didn't even think about. I didn't think about it until you brought it up. I'm going like this. Wait a minute. Aren't they politicians? Isn't it their job to recognize and notice what their constituency finds appealing and cater to that?
But let me tell you, if Obama went to the Super Bowl, Fox News would be like, how dare he? This cost $10 million. He put
doesn't for some reason Tommy Vitor here is giving me, like, what's the guy's name from is it like Leave It to Beaver or something? Like, he's giving me Leave It to Beaver. It's like, gee, Mr. Stephen A., I didn't know. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for setting us Democrats straight. We had our heads up our asses until you came along. Okay, I don't think the Beaver would say heads up your ass.
Service there, like, they would go after him.
Nope, that doesn't work. Here's why.
You don't think so?
Because Obama's not looking for their vote. He knows he's not getting it. You're talking about the other side and the independents. And the independents wants, here's what the independents wants, because I'm a registered independent. I'm not a Democrat. I'm a registered, I'll vote for a Republican in a heartbeat. I might not have voted for Trump, but I'm not averse to all conservative policies. I have some conservative policies I support. I have a lot of liberal policies I support.
So I don't know, chat, maybe a Kasich Republican. I don't know what, where is he at?
Say what?
This is definitely some guy that would have, this is definitely someone who would have voted for Reagan given a chance.
You don't like taxes.
That's right. I don't like high taxes.
I don't like taxes. Yeah, that's great. That's great. I feel like the wealthy should be able to accumulate and dunk on us even harder. I feel like that's the real problem. We gotta set capital free to create a gulch and to starve us all out. We gotta set capital free, right? That's the problem. That's the fucking problem, right, Steven?
Taxes. I don't like open borders. I don't like open borders. I think that those kind of things affect the economy in a negative kind of way, no matter how we try to slice it. Look at Mayor Eric Adams in New York City complaining about the billions of dollars it cost him and what it's deprived him of in terms of what he has to contribute to the system.
Right, because when regions of the country that are getting money to deal with immigration illegally ship people to other regions of the country that aren't getting that money, then yeah, there's a lack of funds. No shit. No fucking shit, dude.
In terms of homelessness and other issues that are permeating in the city of New York City, because why? He had to spend money on the illegal immigration issue, it being a sanctuary city. So all of those things come into play. But the point that I'm trying to make is this. If you're looking at somebody and you're saying to yourself, what is it going to take? How can we find that candidate? The first order of business is finding a candidate that recognizes the importance of appealing to not only his own constituency, but those who are undecided and playing to win. If you're a centrist, what you're saying is, I'm willing to compromise. I'm willing to.
Yeah, no problem with the criminal acts of Eric Adams, the corruption, the outright corruption. He called, did I miss it? Did I misunderstand this? Or did I hear him call the criminal cases against Donald Trump lawfare? Did he say that? Did he call that lawfare? You know what lawfare is? It's the shit that they did to Lula. It's the shit that they did to Lula in Brazil. That's what lawfare is, right? It's a real thing. It does happen. But to say that it happened to Donald Trump is to if you accept that load of bullshit, nothing means anything anymore. If Donald Trump can claim that the very real criminal cases against him were a form of lawfare, that word doesn't mean a damn thing.
to walk across the aisle and work with people. I'm not interested in all of this chaos. If it has to get chaotic, so be it, but that's not the objective.
Can I run for president?
That's not the
I don't know. I'll have to see if I'm eligible.
We're Americans. We can come together. We can work together. Don't look at black, white, Latino, Asian, whatever the case may be. Don't look at all of that stuff and think that that's a license to dismiss and alienate others just because they don't look nor feel like you do. You might have a shot at convincing them if you talk to them. You could go to them and talk to them about what their desires are, what they wish for their communities, what's the kind of thing that plagues their community and how we can alleviate those concerns. That's your responsibility. And see, to me, I'm sitting there again. I have no desire to be in politics. Zero. My life is pretty good. My life is pretty damn good. But guess what? I'm looking at it and I'm saying, this isn't hard. This isn't hard. I'm talking about compared to the Democratic candidates that you have available. It's not hard.
Who do you like?
Look at their roster.
Who do you like? You like Wes Moore, Josh Shapiro? You talked to them both recently, right? Like who's on your top five?
Listen, I was very impressed with Josh Shapiro. Very impressed with him. And I love me some Wes Moore. No doubt about it, right? And if there's anybody but I would be concerned. I think that one could easily argue Trump would never have been president if Barack Obama.
Jink vibes, to be honest. I mean, he's less cringe than Jink, but yeah, he's got that same kind of...
Hadn't been president. That Barack Obama's presidency caused a white backlash. Okay, because you had people in this country that didn't like his policies, didn't like him, was walking around crying about how he's trying to indoctrinate our children just because he was speaking to elementary school kids and stuff. Just ridiculous stuff that people came up with, right? Which was far beyond the pale, no excuse for, okay? But people were really feeling like their way of life was being compromised because, again, they didn't know everything that he was doing. They were going by what they were being told by the other side. And then here comes Trump saying, we're going to purge this whole system. We're going to throw this all aside because these folks ain't strong enough, ain't good enough. Remember, Jeb Bush, low energy, Marco Rubio, small hands and all of this other stuff, little Marco and
Secretary of State.
Stuff like that. Carla Fiorina and, she's this or that, or Doug, Chris Christie and getting on him. We saw Kasich. I thought I was a huge fan of Kasich. But guess what? He wasn't resonating with the constituents.
I called it, chat. I called it. I said I thought he'd be a Kasich Republican.
Out there. So their side chose who their side chose. You don't get an opportunity to do that as Democrats because they pick who they want exposed. Instead of saying, let's put everybody out there and see who the constituency gravitates towards. That's the problem. And that's the real reason why somebody like little old me is polling, which makes no damn sense whatsoever. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
It makes sense to me. I like it. I think it's
embarrassing to the Democratic Party. It really.
Listen, I hear on one level, sure, but also I think I'm with you. I think primaries are good. I think the rubber meets the road in primaries, and that you could do polling all you want, but until you actually ask people to vote for someone, then you don't really know who they support. But let me talk about Trump's actions so far. I mean, I saw you say Elon Musk is a problem. Do you think Trump is overreaching? Is he doing things that might offend those moderates, or are those moderates just not even hearing about the details and they're just hearing like, oh, he's out there doing shit?
Of course he's overreaching. But why is he overreaching? Because he has the license and the mandate to do so. Because you see on the left, you've got Democrats saying there's no mandate. He didn't receive 50% of the vote. Are you kidding me?
No, that's not what a fucking mandate is. Getting 50% of the vote is the opposite of a mandate. You want to see a mandate? Look at the 1984 electoral map. Look at 1980, look at 1984, look at 2008, Obama's election in 2008, his first election, George Bush in 2004, right? These are things that you could call a mandate. Trump's election is like the second lowest, the second like closest race in the, I don't know. It's just like you compare it to any other election and the candidate won by a lot more. There are presidential candidates, like I said, Bush in 2004. I think there's some people that would question whether that was a mandate. Right, that one's not for sure considered a mandate.
He won 49.8% of the vote. He had over 700.
Oh my God, he won a plurality of the vote.
He had over 77 million people.
But look, if you're saying that he can do whatever he wants, yeah, that's true. He's got the House, he's got the Congress, he's got the Supreme Court, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Especially given that he's a lame duck, he doesn't have to run for election again. He doesn't have to worry about his his poll numbers in the way that another president does. So yeah, is he going to do some bad stuff to the country? Yeah. Is there a lot that can be done to stop him? Look, the only thing right now that you can do, chat, is that you can call your congressperson, your senator, on the national switchboard. What is it again? 221. Oh my God, chat, I'm trying to remember. I'm going to have to find this number again. Uh, 202-224-3121. All right, if you've got a Democratic representative, you've got a Democratic senator, call them and make sure they don't fucking pull a Fetterman. Make sure they know that their ass is grass. If they even think of voting for these fucking cuts, right? If you have a Republican Congress member, you have Republican representative, if you have a Republican senator, call 202-224-3121. You got to scare them. You got to scare them and let them know that there are people in their district, no matter how red their district is, that aren't going to stand. And that's just true. This is true, right? If they cut Medicaid, they're going to have hell to pay. Let them know that. All right? You don't even have to be, if you got a Republican, you don't even have to say, I'm not a Republican. Just call them and tell them, don't fucking vote for that shit. That's the only thing, is if a few Republicans get too scared of losing their seat in 2026 to go through and pull the trigger on this vote and stab their fucking constituents in the back, then you could have a situation very much like 2017, when in spite of what anyone would have predicted, Trump's attempt to repeal the Affordable Care Act was frustrated by one vote in the Senate. One vote and one vote only. That's the best that can be hoped for at this point. The Democrats, I'm afraid, are not fighting as much as you'd like them to fight, because they think that because you didn't show up in sufficient numbers, that you deserve to be punished. You deserve to be hurt by the Republicans. And B, if you are hurt by the Republicans, you will actually come out in 26 and vote for them. Let them know that's not how it's going to work. That's not how it's going to work this time.
Will vote for him. He beat you by nearly 3 million votes if you're the Democratic Party. He beat you by over 3 million, nearly 3 million votes. Okay? He won every swing state. He went up in 50 different counties across the country. Didn't drop in any of them. And oh, by the way, the black vote, the Latino vote, and the young vote, he basically got an increase.
He didn't get the... Wait, I think he's wrong on all counts. He increased his vote amongst those demographics. That's about the best you could say.
In that regard, you look at all of those different things in a blue state like New York City, that in 2016, I think it was Hillary, she got like 62% of the vote.
Like, this is the problem with the Democrats. They actually blame their voters. Their lack of the ability to do what a politician does and get their side excited, bring their side out, right? That's what lost it for them. And they blame the voters.
New York City, it was like 53% for Biden. It was 37% in this particular situation for Trump. He got 37%. What are you talking about? You're listening to these people and you're saying, Trump, there's no mandate. No, he does have a mandate. And because he has that, he's pushing the envelope. And why is he pushing the envelope? Because
a president that had a mandate, Stephen, would not be underwater right now. He might have had a week of a honeymoon, right? There was a week where he was polling either around, 50% approval up to 53% approval. That ended really fucking quickly. He is underwater right now. Elon Musk is even more underwater. And the kind of shit that they want to push through is highly unpopular. I don't give a shit even if he did have a mandate. You can't push policy that's going to hurt a majority of the American people and think that that's going to end up well for you.
Because he knows something that Democrats better pick up on. Democrats are strongest usually during the national election. During those midterms, most of the time, Republicans are seen as going to the polls more so than Democrats.
I'm sorry, Stephen, you're missing a really big thing, all right? Midterms generally go against the party in power. That's a bigger trend than the Democrats do well in the general election and the Republic. This just isn't true. I mean, like, what he's saying is maybe historically true, that the Democrats have a advantage when there's more voters at the polls. That has not been true, I think, recently, right? He's just wrong in he's kind of missing some recent trends that are important, and also the really important trend that, like, there's a advantage to the opposition party during the midterms. That's
Democrats.
And
Trump can somehow, some way win the midterms. He'll be able to do whatever the hell he wants because they'll get even more seats in the Senate and the House.
KC64, if you're saying it flipped from being less than 50% of the vote to being more than 50% of the vote, you got it backwards. All right?
Come midterm elections. He sees this. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he's pushing the envelope because he knows
And I want you to understand that 50% of the vote is not a mandate. I can show you so many elections that went decidedly for one candidate or the other. And then I can show you this election in comparison and tell you that this is actually one of the closer elections historically in the US. That's not what a mandate is. A mandate is an overwhelming victory that gives the candidate, the winning candidate, political capital to make drastic changes. Trump doesn't have that. What he does have is a Republican Party full of cowards. What he does have is a Democratic Party that's more mad at its own base than they are at themselves, who's who they should be mad at. But no, he doesn't have a mandate. That is one thing he does not have. Decidedly.
Has the Republicans scared shitless to go against him. So as a result, do whatever I want to do right now. I think this is going to win me additional seats for the party in the midterms, which is why he was talking about Gavin.
I'm going to give Stephen A. Smith a little bit of benefit of the doubt. This was 8 days ago. All right. What he's saying right now is not what it's looking like. Right? Trump gaining seats in the midterm is not what it's looking like right now. These policies that being enacted by Elon Musk, by Donald Trump, and soon to be by the Republican Congress, these are not looking to be popular. All right. This was 8 days ago. Maybe he feels different about it now.
Newsom, the way that he was talking about Gavin Newsom, because for the first time in a while, they sense they can take California. They can shift. They can turn it into
winning popular vote for a Republican is a mandate. That's an amazingly low bar.
Not red, turn it into at least a purple state. You understand? Do something.
Yep.
He's sensing all of this, and he sees an opportunity, and that's what's going on. So I'm not surprised by what he's doing at all. It's perfectly understandable, and most people in that position of power, if they have an agenda, they will go to...
I mean, this is the difference between Trump and a Democrat, right? Democrats need to know that like 75% of the country is on their side before they do anything major. Trump doesn't. And, as far as enacting policy... his strategy is the right one. The Democrats are way too way too timid, even when they do have a mandate. Even when they do have a lot of political capital, they're worried about keeping that political capital.
Whatever extent necessary to do that. Remember, Barack Obama I think it was 2012, he sat up there and said the American people, not just 2008, 2012 too, said the American people have spoken. They elected us. Right. And oh, by the way, we don't need Congress to get everything we want done. Barack Obama said that in 2012. How do I know that? Because Trump has sent his surrogates out to remind everybody what Obama said back in 2012, just to use it.
You're right. I mean, well, the reason he said that.
You're right. That actually matters. Ancient history like 2012 totally matters. Thank you for pointing that out, Stephen A. Smith. Yeah, this guy, I'm sorry, Tommy Vitor, just like grow a pair.
Though, look, you're making a lot of points I agree with. I actually think Democrats have done better more recently in the midterms, and I have confidence that we can, because we're now the nerds that read the newspaper, and we're highly informed, and we knock on doors, and we go out and we vote in midterms, whereas sort of the broader electorate that Trump brings in, which is why he kicks our ass in these presidential elections, they're more sporadic voters. But to your point about the mandate, like, of course he has a mandate. He won the election. He won by a bigger margin than he did last time. Of course he has a mandate. I think that doesn't give you a mandate to do everything.
You literally have to look back to 2016 to find an election that somebody won by a more narrow margin, and in that case by a electoral majority and a popular minority. You literally have to find, George Bush 2000 or Donald Trump 2016 to find a less convincing mandate.
2008 with 52.9% of the vote and 365 electoral votes, and Republicans tried to block literally everything he did. So I do think there's space between, yes, Trump has a mandate, but the suggestion you see sometimes that Democrats shouldn't be fighting back, or that we're the problem for fighting back, or that it's the wrong optics or messaging, if you know what I'm saying.
What I would say to you is that you're wrong. And the reason you're wrong is because never before has the Democratic Party been this damaged. This is bad, bro.
2004 was bad. We got our asses handed to us by Bush. Yeah. Lost seats in Congress.
If you're talking about psychologically, yeah. Never, yeah. I mean, it's true. Yeah, the Democratic Party is, but I mean that's an issue. That's a fucking skill issue. That's an issue of your politicians don't believe the words that they're saying. You need to find some who do. Right? That's an issue of the Democrats' own belief in their fucking policies, right? That's not an issue of political capital. That's not an issue of a popular mandate, right? Like I said, I can point you in the direction of some popular mandates. There were some elections that were not even fucking close. It's a lot, in fact, more elections than not in the latter half of the 20th century and in the beginning of the 21st century have been kind of blowouts. Blowouts are pretty fucking common.
But listen, John Kerry wasn't that strong. You know what I mean? He didn't necessarily appeal that much. This was different because the reason why it's never been this bad, George W. Bush.
I'm sorry, was Kamala Harris strong? Was a candidate that stepped in July? Strong? A vice president who had been hidden behind her president for her entire fucking term? And one who refused to even know one difference that she had with the president that she was serving under. That's your idea of a strong candidate? And John Kerry, a war hero? A Purple Heart? Not a strong candidate? Come on, Stephen.
Whatever it is that you want to say, the Republicans didn't really have that much of a problem with him. And if you look at America at that particular moment,
Republicans didn't have a problem with John Kerry.
We might not wanted to be in the war in Iraq. We might not have wanted to be chasing around Osama bin Laden and all of that stuff. That might be true. But in the end, it wasn't like it is now.
No, they did want to chase around Osama bin Laden. That part was popular. What wasn't popular is reacting to an issue between the United States and Saudi Arabia by attacking Iraq. That's what wasn't popular. Fallujah was not popular.
How it is now is there's a president that was convicted on 34 felony counts and impeached twice. Back in the day, this man wouldn't have even been allowed to run for office. How do we know that to be true? Let's take into account the whole hush money trial in New York. According to the courts and according to what we've seen, Donald Trump hooked up with a porn star. Donald Trump didn't want that to get out before the election. So he paid some hush money to silence her.
It's really funny that he's talking about the least substantial case against Donald Trump. He's neglecting the fact that the reason that Donald Trump did not come to trial in more substantial cases was, one, the slow-moving, vacillating nature of the Democrats' chosen Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who they picked because the Republicans had refused to confirm him, vote on him as Supreme Court Justice, who Obama picked as a nod to, like, oh, Republicans, you lost a true Republican judicial hero in Antonin Scalia. Hey, look, I could come up with the most left-wing judge possible, but I won't. I'll give you Merrick Garland, who's basically a Republican. That's the guy that was prosecuting Trump. And that's part of it. The second part of it is the home cooking that Trump got from his own justices in the Supreme Court and from his own judge, Tanya Chutkan, right? And you're acting like, oh, the only thing that was, it's all about it was a hush money case, which is like, nobody cares. He had sex with a porn star and he didn't want people to know about it in the election. So he violated campaign finance rules, and
that's it. And he was scared for that to be found out. Think about that. That is what he was scared about before 2016. Now he gets convicted of 34 felony counts after being impeached twice, and he has no fear running for re-election. In that short period of time, look at how things have changed.
Does he think that Trump wouldn't have ran for president had he not been charged? Because that wasn't the case that Trump was afraid of. Like I said, that's the least substantial case out there. Does he think that Trump would not have won had he not been charged? What are you actually saying, Stephen?
It's not the same. It's the Democratic Party's got to wake up. It has changed drastically. Somebody said to me, I joked around because I've been single all my life. And I said, look, man, I don't need to be running for no damn office. I've been single all my life. I've been doing some things in my lifetime. Okay. I don't need to do that. And somebody said to me, quote, please, after Donald Trump, who cares? What did Al Sharpton just say? What did Al Sharpton just say about Andrew Cuomo running for the mayor's seat in New York? He said everything's changed because Donald Trump got reelected. He said the bar is so low, I don't even know if we can find it. The point that I'm trying to make to you is that you're dealing with a different beast. You're dealing with a different time. This is not politics as usual. And let me tell the Democratic Party something else, because I hope you're not one of these people. I hope you're not one of those people out there wasting your time knocking on doors. I hope you're not doing that. Because don't worry.
Whoa. It's the one thing that you could say to piss off Tommy Vitor. You said it. The one thing that you could say it to this guy is that canvassing is not helpful, right? Now he's going to react.
Whoa, yes, I am. Knocking on doors is good during midterms, Stephen A.
No, here's what I mean. Stop wasting.
I personally knocked on doors. It was great. I had good conversations. I got people to give me their ballots. We delivered them.
Listen to what I'm saying.
The problem is that the Democrats were knocking on Republican doors. That was their strategy, the Liz Cheney strategy.
If they voted for you, they were going to vote for you anyway. If they didn't vote for you, they weren't going to.
Wait, did he just admit to something about not being married? Is that what you're saying, Izzy?
Vote for you anyway. That's
not true.
Wait, he literally partly confessed it? What are you talking about? What did he say?
Trump got reelected. He said the bar is so low, I don't even know if we can find it.
Talking about Cuomo.
After Donald Trump, I've been saying all my life, I've been doing some things in my lifetime.
Oh, I've been doing some things in my lifetime. That's what he said. Is that what you're pointing out, Izzy?
Okay, I don't need to do that. And somebody said to me...
So he's alluding to skeletons in his closet.
We have available to us now podcasting, YouTube shows, linear television, cable, streaming. There are too many outlets to watch that influence your thinking. Don't waste your...
So he's saying that canvassing doesn't matter anymore. I would say that if the Democrats didn't suck so much at canvassing and they weren't sending their people to knock on Republican doors, that it would be helpful. It's still helpful. You're reaching out to people in a way that they don't really get contacted, and yes, podcasts, yes, all the rest of it. Kamala should have taken better advantage of that stuff, but this is what got Tommy Vitor mad. Is he's like, wait a minute, there, Stephen A. You can't say that canvassing isn't helpful.
Time knocking on doors. Don't do it. Stop.
So yeah, Stephen A. on Pod Save America, he's like the anti-Hasan, right? Hasan got 650,000 views. Stephen A. did not crack 30,000.
Get out there, make some content. Well, listen, Stephen A., this was a lot of tough love for our audience who doesn't always hear it. I really appreciate this. It was fun and entertaining and good to talk to you. And I think...
And I like getting spanked.
We need to emulate some of this in the Democratic Party. We need, you guys at sports radio talk about the GOAT debate, like MJ versus LeBron. We need our own version of this.
Oh my God, he's so cringe. You're so fucking cringe. Shut up. You just watch Hamilton if you want that. Just go watch Hamilton.
Workshop this. We get something fun. Make this interesting. Make this more accessible to people. But I'm very grateful you came on.
Let me end it by saying this to you. Covering sports, you can have great players, right? Why would the owner not be satisfied? Because they're always looking for somebody box office. Winning is one thing that's very, very important, because obviously you win during the regular season, you win through the playoffs, you play more games, you generate more revenue because you have more games to play. But nothing beats somebody who's a box office attraction.
Wait, he's saying Republicans open for business. Are you talking about like a Mayor Adams kind of thing, like somebody having like leverage on him, or waving a pardon over his head?
Because folks walk through the turnstiles, if for no other reason, to see him. And what I'm saying to you is, I'm not talking about a bunch of manufactured audiences like you had at the DNC in Chicago. That's not what I'm talking about, okay? I'm talking about somebody that Obama was, for example, in 2008, where ultimately he elevated to rock star status, where no matter where he went or what he had to say, the camera was...
Yeah, that's a generational fucking talent, Steven. That's a generational talent.
Magnet for him. And then obviously you got to follow through with the message, and you got to follow through with practice. All of that's true. But you got to
get somebody with sizzle. He kind of is.
You got to get somebody that when they speak,
he kind of is.
Influence minds. They influence hearts. And they get people to really, really think and spin their wheels. I'm talking about not people on the left, because you got them. I'm talking about the...
You don't. That's the problem. This guy's giving so much bad advice. They don't have the left. They lost a ton of the left. There were people that had their fucking stomachs turned seeing children show up on their feed every day, mangled. They did not have their own people. That is the problem. That is what you're fucking missing.
I'm talking about the centrists.
Trump wasn't moderating himself and reaching out to the center. He was doing the opposite. He was getting his people excited, engaging with his people on podcasts. Yeah, that helps. And ultimately got enough of his people to choose him over the couch. That's what won it.
You got to get somebody that can speak to that audience, that could go across the aisle and dare Republican constituency to...
Yeah, great. Liz Cheney strategy, validated by this asshole. Great.
Bet against them because guess what? I'm better than the candidate that you have because I'm going to look out for you better than the candidate that you have because that's what Trump was telling.
Because I got Liz Cheney by my side, and that shows that I can reach out to the center. I can reach out to the right wing. I got Republicans supporting me. I got Dick Cheney. I got Scooter Libby. What the fuck? Actually, they probably didn't get Scooter Libby. Trump pardoned him.
A bunch of black folks, Hispanic folks. What do you have to lose and all of this other stuff? This is what Trump did. He was fearless with it. Where are those Democrats?
Yeah, James Carvile's latest advice to Dems is just like play possum. It's terrible.
I don't see them around. That's why I'm a damn candidate, because of that. It's embarrassing.
I love it.
I want to make sure America understands this. I believe it is an utter embarrassment to the Democratic Party that I am a candidate in people's eyes for the president.
It is. You're right. You're right.
It's an indictment.
Especially given that you got, like, I got one big scandal that I'm really worried about that's the real reason I don't want to run for president. I want them to dig up the skeletons
against them, and they need to get their act together before somebody like me or somebody else takes it real seriously and says the hell with y'all.
Wait, what is this, Biva? He did excuse spousal abuse, saying it could be the wife's fault for being knocked unconscious on video?
Because the roster that I'm seeing right now, y'all don't have anything. You don't have anything that's going to sizzle with the national audience. I love Wes Moore, and I love Josh Shapiro. I think both of them got a chance.
Josh Shapiro is a fucking shithead knockoff. Oh, he thinks if he speaks with Obama's cadence that he's going to get Obama's numbers.
All right? But I need somebody that was national appeal, and maybe it is one of them. I hope so. I really do, because the Democratic Party is in a bad state right now. The whole damn thing needs to be purged. I'm dead serious.
Wait, he was suspended by ESPN for, do we know for what?
Strategists fire every damn one of them.
That's true. That's true. That's the first sensible thing. That's the most sensible thing he said this whole time. Yes, those people that you had on, those Democratic Party officials you had on, those people need to never work in this town again. That's true.
Get rid of them. Get rid of them. They serve no purpose. Find somebody else.
It's good. It's good, tough love. We got to step up. Stephen A., thank you so much for doing the show. I really appreciate it.
You fucking coward. Tommy, you're such a disappointment. Stephen A., I don't know what to say about you. But Patreons, I know what to say about you. And what I got to say about you is thanks. I appreciate you, and I wouldn't know what to do without you. I couldn't do it without you, Patreon. So thank you for supporting me every month. Everybody on my Patreon gets access to my videos when they come out, before they come out, and you get it uncensored and unredacted. Everybody at the $5 level or greater gets a fancy shout out. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noib. Shouts out to Ma Goggles. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerazerex, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. I have stayed up far later than I intended to. Twitch, I'm rating you into a small streamer. Please give them love and support. I gotta get to sleep. Got 26 of you in the raid right now. Jump in if you want to. If you're on Twitch or if you're on YouTube, HTTP. Let me just really quickly. Oh wait, no, I can't. I'm typing this wrong. Twitch.tv/nocommentchick CC. That's the if you want to join us in the raid, that's the link that you need to hit. If you have a Twitch account, feel free to join us and support fifth. Wait, I'm trying to remember. 5th Gen IW. So, I must sleep. I will see you again tomorrow. And, we got more to cover. I didn't get through it all, so. Anyway, what is the word that I always say? Oh, yes. Fly, my pretties. Thank you, mods. Thank you, weasels. Thank you, Thumb Gang. And thank you for liking the stream on your way out if you haven't already, because it helps me out greatly. And I will see you again tomorrow. And thanks for making me cover